We are back. This time again with more Ace of Investigations collection for the last time, as we are going to conclude the final case, see the credits, epilogue, look through the gallery, do our review, credits, all the other things that I normally do when I finish these games and talk about them and stuff. I don't know how long it's going to take, but we have a lot of time to play, so we will just see how far it goes. Once we finish the game, pretty much we're just locked in until we finish it, and then the stream will be as long as it ends up being, so it could be a while, but I'm also really looking forward to seeing what happens with all of this. I also need to make sure that I check everything to make sure that it's working, because I don't want anything to go wrong, and also I want to just go and do an overview of everything that's happened so far, because we will do that later in the day anyway, but we have a lot of things to basically discuss. We're going to finish the game today. Again, fully voice acted, fully like all the follow statements, all the trophies. We're going to get all the trophies done. We're going to get our first platinum in like 4.5 months. The last platinum we did on stream was Final Fantasy VI, which was back in the 21st of April. So we're looking at almost 5 months since our last platinum trophy. And so we're going to get that today. And just make sure everything else is good, because everything feels good right now. Everything feels like it's flowing correctly. I guess in terms of like, I'm gonna do my overview of everything that's happened in the previous stream, because there was a lot that happened, but and then we'll go and get into everything else, because it's like nice to just sit down and just relax and just talk about the game, especially since there's a lot that's happened, and also just talking about how we got to where we did. Where did we actually begin the last time? We basically investigated the... we were actually investigating the orphanage. We started at the orphanage from 12 years ago, investigating the murder of the journalist guy, and basically found we found out that he was Rosie Ringer's girlfriend, which is Rosie Ringer's boyfriend, which is why he was killed, and also probably why she was killed as well, to silence stuff that was going on. We basically, and after we investigated the entire scene, we pretty much focused on working on the figuring out like the positioning of the camera, where they were standing, what was going on, where other things were going, where the contradictions were, and basically like that there was one of the pictures was doctored basically to figure out a set thing that was happening. And as I said, this is also the finale, because again, we've got that on the listing right now. It's like I've got a good amount of time, like 6.5 hours should be plenty of time for me to at least finish this game and then be able to give a review. I don't care how long the video takes, I don't care how long the stream goes, I just want to finish the game. Just like what we did last time with Ace Attorney Part 1. Also, when it comes to... we figured out that the photograph was doctored, and also we figured out that we heard the other thing where it was basically found out that we investigated more of the stuff with the fire that was started, and figured out that that was all basically related there. And also, like, Lang figured out basically that there was a lot of other things that were happening with the game, with the crimes and with other things. So they traced that back to 12 years ago. He had a photo. The photo ended up being a picture of Canis and and what looked to be the president at the time, however, it didn't look like the president. It looked actually a little bit weird. And that the child was the same person who started the fire, which then led to that. And then we also got the additional, we found the missing horn, which ended up having another message to it. That message ended up being from Gavel, who was talking about Sean, and basically revealed that she was not the mother, she was the cousin of the mother, and the mother died, and the child was born from, the president and her cousin. She adopted Sean for her own, and basically he was going to go, the reason he was where he was he was going to meet his son for the first and only time, because there was obviously, like, some controversy, I guess, there. And from there, we basically broke down more of what happened with the 12 years ago incident. Once we discovered that it was Canis, basically Canis was sent to kill the president 12 years ago, and we also found a contradiction that the president happened to be in two places at once. He was at the embassy as well as at the orphanage, and then that was when it was revealed that the body double, that there was a body double, I should say, and also that the president's body was buried in the area where Winner was digging up. The real president went to the orphanage to visit his son, was confronted by Canis, who killed him. They buried him in the yard. The body double also ended up, they figured out that he was involved as well. So the real president died 12 years ago, and this other guy was pretending to be the president the entire time, and that ended up happening there. Basically, at that point, it then came down to, like, the body double kept getting murder attempts on him, and he never had the power that the president had, which is also kind of weird that they went with that direction. And basically he was lured there by using the mother of his son to draw him out, and it was a long thing. Then Canis mentioned about a young pup that he met 18 years ago, on Christmas Eve, which related to, back to the third case. So this is the only game I think that I can think of that had a relation back to every single case in a significant way. They've done a really fantastic job with this case. They ended up going and basically, Canis saved the kid's life, because he found two kids in a car freezing. He brought them to the orphanage, and that's how it related back to the IS-7 incident. The two children went missing, the sons of the murderer and the victim. And just constantly trying to figure out, like, what was going on there. And then we discovered that there was the connection between Canis and Knight was actually not between Canis and Knight, it was between Canis and somebody else, and then that somebody else and Knight. And it was more so being manipulated through that way, and through that we were able to discover that the only person who could have been the mastermind, the Red Raincoat Killer, all the stuff by pulling everything, all the strings, it could only have been Simeon. So that's who we've uncovered. Simeon was responsible for all the events from 12 years ago onwards. He tricked Excelsius, he kidnapped Sean, he planted the bug on Kay, he drugged Kay, he did all that stuff. And then, the monster was solved as well, that it wasn't Taurosaurus's eye that they saw, it was actually the eye of the, hot air balloon from the Very Big Circus, which also further leads it to Simeon as well. Canis, once he found out who it was, ran away, so I'm assuming that he's going after Simeon, which is also quite weird that we haven't gone and got that yet. We've not gone and got anything with them yet, in terms of why Simeon is, so why they haven't gone after Simeon yet. I was expecting there to be some sort of thing where, like, we get to there and he's already held hostage or something. I have no idea what their plan is, so I guess we'll just wait and see and hope for the best. We are so close to finishing the game, though. Absolutely so close to finishing the game. And again, now it's time to bring down the mastermind, which basically we went to the circus, we confronted Simeon with all the evidence that we had, and he's basically playing himself like he normally was, and then he finally dropped the act, became basically his Joker era. And now we're just, at the moment, trying to slowly break down his arguments. We brought Emma back with Lang. So Lang brought Emma back with him. We ended up proving that that the truck was connected to Simeon. We ended up proving that the connection between Kay and Sean's kidnappings. And now we're at the point, basically now, where we're trying to expose Simeon for everything that he's doing and the connections that he has with all of the events that are happening at the moment. We're currently in a plot dump section right now. We've still got some questions we haven't been able to get answered yet, but it seems to be leading towards something. I guess we'll just have to wait and see what it is going to end up leading to. And basically we've also uncovered that Knight's father forced him to tie up Simeon in the car, so they were the two kids that were in the car together, Bronco Knight and Simeon. They were both the same age. So now that relates to the third case. And now we've just got to figure out everything that happened with the mastermind stuff, which is what we're doing right now. Basically all we know so far is that he saw the assassination of the real president. He was interrogated constantly by the guard. He ran away from the orphanage and was being tracked down by the henchmen, which is why he ended up joining the circus. And that's basically where we're up to at the moment, is we just don't know what else is happening after this part. So that is basically where we're up to. We are going to continue forward and see how far we can get. I don't care how long the game takes, how long the case takes, how long we stream for. We're finishing the game today. That's basically the overview of everything that's happened thus far on the stream. So, obviously the rest of this week, we're finishing this game today. Tomorrow, we will start Princess Peach again. Saturday or Sunday will be the Persona 5 Striker stream. Regardless of which day it is, we'll take a day off for the other day, because we are going back to Switch titles. Monday will be Rivals, new season, new map, new character, all the other good stuff as always, and then Tuesday to Friday we will focus on Princess Peach and Donkey Country Returns, probably. So we're back into Switch games for a couple of streams. Hopefully we can get those finished by the time we get through December, maybe into a little bit into October, because I feel like I can definitely get a lot more things finished and done and completed as well. So I guess everyone can look forward to that, and hopefully that is all sorted out. I know I rambled on a bit, mainly just because I wanted to make sure that I got everything off my chest with this, and I mean, we'll talk more and more about the cases as we go anyway. Like, when I do my overview of every case and just talk about it, we'll do that at the end of the stream, like I did last time. Yeah, I guess we just get into it, right? Let's just start playing the game and keep going from there, I guess, because I don't really have much else to talk about, and also I would like to... Yeah. This is basically it. Like, we're gonna finish the game today and get a platinum trophy. I don't think I have anything else that I want to really talk about right now. Let's go and get the game started and go as we go. Oh, did he? You're sure he wasn't trying to on his dear departed daddy's shoes for size? No, that's not what he was doing. Come on, K-Meister. Don't let this clown get you down. It's projecting, plain and simple. Painting other folks with his own grubby brush. It's not just that he doesn't trust other people. The poor kid doesn't even understand the concept. Doing something for somebody else's sake. Forget about it. He'll never understand. You think I care what you have to say about me? Consider this for a second. I've gotten my revenge on everybody I set out to get it from, and yet... That is true. That's the one thing I do like about this case as well, is like, he was pulling the strings from 12 years ago. Every single thing that's happened from that point has been him pulling the strings because of out of revenge. and a raid. Right as we just got started. Thank you for the raid, Movie Critic. Welcome in, everybody. It's all Switch games, speedruns, reaction videos, platinum playthroughs, as always. We are on our trek to finishing this game, platinum trophy included. We only have to get to the end of the game, get the 2 trophies, and discuss everything and do all the other good stuff. Thank you for stopping by. There's your shout out right there. We are doing really good. We're just doing really good right now. Finally we're finishing a game for a platinum. And I feel more confident now that we'll get some things finished now versus, well, get to games sooner. Like, I think, based on my timing, we should be able to get to Ragnarok this year. So before January, which is good. Think about it, I never actually did anything. What's my crime exactly? Explain it to me. You think you could pin an incitement charge on me? Read my letters, I don't mention murder anywhere. If I did, maybe you'd have a case. Maybe you could say I encouraged them. It's the same story as always, I'm afraid. You can't prove I did anything at all. It's not true. You kidnapped me. But yeah, hopefully, you were still able to make some progress at least. It seemed like you were much happier playing Valhalla than you were Shadows, so that's also a good sign. Like, it's at least you were able to finish Shadow, well, have more fun with Valhalla. I need to play the Valhalla DLCs. Some of them are free, but I don't want to go back to the 3 DLCs, because I haven't technically played any of them on stream, but when I do get the DLCs, I want to definitely do them. Sorry, but did I miss the part where you proved that? All I ever admitted to was sending letters. Letters which didn't threaten, coerce, or encourage anybody to do anything. It is frustrating to see, but it was nice to see you back, streaming just for today. And also, like, a lot of other news, just like a lot of movie news and the Beast thing that I wasn't expecting. You're happier playing Valhalla instead of the terrible game. Yeah, I've not played Cyberpunk, so all the guides I was seeing was just like, all the guides were basically just saying complete these missions, and I've not played the game, so I don't know what those missions entail. But if they entail doing like all those things, it's like, yeah, it's really bad. Because it's bad because the DLC came out several years after Cyberpunk, so someone's probably already finished the game. You go in to play Phantom Liberty, and then they want you to go and get an alternate ending to the main story, even after you've already completed it or something. I don't get it at all. It's passed off what you might call pertinent information. He's a slippery one, I'll give him that. It's gotta be something we can do. What about this? Excitement stuff he's talking about. Like, I've never played Cyberpunk. I stayed away from that game when it first released. Yeah, it's like, you need to do the 4 endings for the DLC, and then you get a secret ending, but it's the secret ending for a main game quest, so it's like, I don't get it. Incitement, okay? It means to encourage or direct another person to commit a crime. In the eyes of the law, it's seen as equivalent to committing the crime itself. So then we just need to prove that he told them to do it. You say that like it's going to be easy. Guess maybe you're not as big on due process after all. Yeah, I don't know, like, it sounded very confusing to me. And also it sounds like it was very poorly made, because the DLC should be played after the main game, but then they want you to tie that to the main story by making a secret ending for the main story, but then, yeah. A secret ending for the main game, but meanwhile it's a DLC. That's what I'm saying. It's like, so that, you know, it doesn't make any sense. At all. Because usually when you play like DLCs for a game, it's either set a separate thing or you can access it via like Assassin's Creed Unity had 2 DLCs. You couldn't access those DLCs until you were so far through the game. I think it was like Sequence 4 and Sequence 6. So they gave them to you and said, hey, like, you can't access them till you've done certain story events. But here it's just like a secret ending for the main game, but it's a DLC trophy that came out 2 years or whatever after the main game did. Think you can make me carry the can for murders I had nothing to do with? Think again. I don't even have to talk to you if I don't want to. In fact, why am I still talking to you? I can think of one reason. The tent is surrounded. There's nowhere left to run. Really? You don't think I planned my escape too? What if, just to pluck an idea out of nowhere, I trained all these vicious wild beasts to attack on command, for example? All I'd have to do is say the word, then sidle off stage in the chaos. You would. I'm just spitballing, but you'd pay to see that, wouldn't you? Yeah, that's why I even tried looking it up. It's like every single... You're not playing the game all over again for a bronze trophy that would take age. Yeah, exactly. It's like what I said. It sounds like what they want you to do is play the game, get as far as you can in the DLC, and then play the main game again to reach the secret ending for 1 bronze trophy. I could just as easily take Sean hostage with the gun I may or may not have in my pocket. Yeah, you know what? That would make it for a killer show. You would do no such thing. It's hard to know what lens... Oh, I forgot to plug the subathon. That's fine. We can do that later. Actually, I can do that now. I forgot to plug the subathon earlier. I'll do that. I forgot to plug the subathon that I'm doing on the 21st of September. Everyone, you already know about this, but I'm doing it in general. I forgot to plug it before. I knew I was forgetting something. I was in a rush to start this game. 1 year anniversary for Twitch affiliate. We will do a subathon. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe with a win-loss record like we did last time. The incentive for Allison to win this time is that I will extend each Pikachu onesie reward by 1 if depending on what is met. So to insist to... That's also the last trophy for 100% completion. I mean, I have a few games that I have 1 trophy left and I just gave up on them. So if 3 subs is met, I will wear a Pikachu onesie for the rest of the year if Allison wins. 6 subs, Pineapple Pizza Redeem, 100k channel points will get a Pineapple Pizza Redeem for chat to build up towards, to make me eat one of those. Pokemon tier list at 9 subs with Allison as well. 15 subs, Discord Movie Night, 18 subs, chat will pick a game, 21 subs, Pokemon Smash or Pause. 24 subs, Karaoke Stream, 27 subs, Pokemon Violet Nuzlocke with Allison doing it because she wants to show me how it's done, and 30 subs will be a Pikachu onesie for the rest of the year. However, if it is met, if we reach the 30 subs and Allison wins, I will wear it for the entire year. Dark Wolf is so peak, yeah, I still think I like what I saw from episode 4 more than 5, but then you told me that there was a torture scene. There was a torture scene in that, and I also quite like torture scene. I don't know why. But I like torture sequences in stuff as well when it's done correctly. Oh look, Disney's back at it again. Some guy has a comedy special, and he was told that they wouldn't air his comedy special if he didn't edit out the jokes about Disney. So there you go. More censorship because of damn Disney. That's what we like to see, right? We like to see censorship. We like to see people get silenced for just making some jokes, but yet on Twitter it's perfectly okay to tell people that they're wrong and everything, so... I do like that the show's picking up. Like, there's not even been like a bad episode of the show. 2 more episodes to go and already, like, 5 episodes through, and it's already, like, verging onto levels that I don't think you were expecting for a prequel show about a character that wasn't as important in the first game. The first series, I should say. Knowing what we know about him already, we have to be prepared for the worst. Fine, I'll humor you, but once the curtain goes up on this little performance, it better be a lively one. Bore me and we're done here. Alright, let's see if you can keep me entertained, shall we? Oh, we're gonna lose a lot more health now. He's not gonna give me an inch. There must be something we can do. We can't let his crimes go unpunished. Do I get penalties if I press the wrong statements? I'm wondering. Doesn't look like it. Let's see what happens. I'm glad that you're enjoying Dark Wolf, though. It's going to be such an interesting TV season, because you're going to go from Dark Wolf to Gen V, and then from Gen V to Welcome to Derry, and all 3 of those shows could very well be all around or on the same level. And they're 3 different types of shows. You're going from a war action kind of show to a superhero comedy show, to a horror TV show, and they're all gonna be different. So, you encouraged others to commit murder, and those murders were duly committed. If I can prove it, you will be punished just as if you had done the deed yourself. Yeah, what was the word for it again? I forgot already. Incitement, okay? Chairman Winner, Warden Lagarde, and Bronco Knight. And 3 to 4 weeks out, yeah, that's the other thing as well. And then Fallout, I forgot about that. Fallout is also coming, which is another different version of a show. All were criminals in their own right, and all committed unforgivable acts. Oh, I think they also changed the digital release date for Nobody too. Apparently it was supposed to come out... It was supposed to come out, I think it was supposed to come out September 2nd, but I think they changed it to another... No, it did come out, and they changed something for it. It still didn't make a ton of money. Yeah, January also. And that's just for movies and TV. That's just for TV shows as well. And the Tulsa King in January too. So by the time that Fallout finishes, you're probably going to have Tulsa King. It just continues, right? One thing after another. Just a long like chain of events. Just for TV shows alone, pretty much from September all the way to January, you have like a whole like season of shows just ready to watch. And then movies are gonna start popping up every now and then, yeah. Or induced to commit these, those like by somebody behind the scenes. This man right here. You don't hold back, do you, Miles? But it doesn't change anything. Slowly towards the Boys Season 5 in June, probably. I mean... I think by the time Gen V's over, there'll be a better chance of knowing. Then you've still got the Voight Rising show as well. That's also something. Okay, so we don't lose anything by pressing statements, so... You're just gonna be careful about what we present. Nowhere at all. What, you didn't look? I can give you a minute if you like. It's clearly confident I won't find anything. He must have planned those letters down to the last word. Look, I don't want to teach you how to do your job. If you can't prove I encouraged them to commit those murders, Their incitement charge goes up in smoke. Too bad, so sad, Heart Miles. 2026. I don't want to overrate the year, but 2026 will probably be a better year than 2025 for maybe across the board potentially. It's hard to say. Like, at least what they have assuming that there's no more delays. I think that, like, because I think that the delay stuff will stop maybe by 2027, because I think that, you know, the main reasons for the delays at first was COVID, and then the SAG-AFTRA strike, and both of those have seemingly finished now, so I would think that by 2027, everything should be running more smoothly, because those events are basically, like, haven't delayed anything anymore. So I guess we'll have to wait and see. We'll wait and see what happens. I know for a fact that you made those murders happen. There's something I need to tell you. Truth is, I was the one who made Big Bad Chairman Winner kill Little Miss Rosie Ringer. Told me yourself. Also, like, a lot of the stuff that you posted up in the thing about, like, you know, they're getting ready for... Like, I'm not sure if you're ready for next week. The Beast 24-hour stream, Dark Wolf, and 3 episodes of Gen V. All very close to one another.
Who's that Pokemon?
OT, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. We are very close to finishing this video game. I'm not sure how long it will take me to finish said video game, but we're committed to finishing it. We're gonna finish it today. I don't care how long it takes me. I don't care how long it's gonna take me to finish this video game. We are finishing it, and that's what I want to do, so... Yeah, Wednesday and Friday is gonna be very, insane. Ask yourself, could this sweet innocent boy have done the things you're saying? No! Hate to admit it, but he's right. Without proof, we have nowhere to go with this. If you could only prove what he said on that phone call. Do we have a voice recorder, perhaps? I don't know if we do. I honestly don't know if we have a voice recorder or not. There's a possibility that we have a voice recorder. But I don't actually know. If you only had 2 TV shows to watch, Dark Wolf, Gen V at the same time. I mean, that's basically like... That's what's happening, though. 4 episodes in one day. 4 episodes in one day, basically. But yeah, we're gonna finish this game today. I'm committed to the cause. Full platinum playthrough, I'm gonna voice everything, I'm going to press every statement, and... It feels very bittersweet, you know, like, this might be my favorite, I shouldn't even say might, this is my favorite Ace Attorney. This is the best Ace Attorney game. And it's a shame that this game did not get localized when it originally came out. This was not localized until last year for in English. There was a fan translation, but that doesn't really count in the same way. Such a shame that they just waited all that time. But we are very, very close to finishing. Hope that you're having a good day today, or a good time zone, because most of the time, every time I say that, it's always nighttime for everyone else, because it's daytime for me. Same story as always. What do you mean by that? Why does that matter? That's not important here. You know what is important, though? That you can prove nothing. Nothing! Gen V's the priority, yeah. I mean, you've been looking forward more to that than Terminal List, but... Until we have some way of showing that he's guilty, we're just going to continue floundering. I also feel like more people are going to talk about Gen V than they will Dark Wolf, so it's probably better to watch Gen V first, just so that you don't have spoilers. that's one reason I think as well to consider that. Like, you don't want to get spoiled via stuff. Like, you just want to watch Gen V as soon as you possibly can. Either I thrust items of evidence in front of him and hope for the best, or I go over it all one more time. Whichever method I choose, proof is the only way we're going to get anywhere here. Confess to me over the telephone. I don't think we have a voice recording though. That's the issue. We don't have a voice recording. That's also weird that I got a notification of... I'm so confused. Okay, I'm actually genuinely confused. Hang on one second, I'm curious about something. Let me check one thing. I am actually curious about why... Is my Twitch not working properly with something? It could very well be. Let me actually just check real quick. Yes, I know that I'm live. I'm curious. Huh. Really? Okay. I mean, I don't get it, but... Okay, that's also just super weird. Why? I ask, but also like... Fine, okay. Alright, I don't know what was going on there, but I guess it makes sense now. Kind of beats the purpose of it, but okay. So bizarre. Do people really do that? Okay. Never mind, I shouldn't be discussing it on stream anyway, but just... If you know, you know. So... No, I just... I probably shouldn't talk about it on stream. No, you know what, it's fine, it's fine. It's fine. The person that just followed me, like, literally unfollowed, like, almost immediately. So they followed and then unfollowed, and I don't get it. I don't get it. Like... Okay. And... Tommy was the one who made Chairman Winner kill Rosie Ringer. Just need to find a piece of evidence that proves what was said on that call. I just found it very strange that just like, I get a follow and then... No, it's not a bot. It's not a bot. I know who it is. Probably just because, again, my content doesn't appeal to a lot of people. I just accept that. My content does not appeal to a lot of people. I play a lot of single player games and it's just what I enjoy, you know? It's what I enjoy playing. I enjoy playing single player games more than multiplayer. I hate Fortnite, I hate Call of Duty multiplayer, I hate... the only game that I enjoy playing that's multiplayer is Marvel Rivals, and even then I don't like it for people as well, so it's just, it's whatever. It's whatever. Look, you can't please everyone, right? You can't please everyone. Afraid you're wrong. I have proof that you meant for at least one murder to happen. Like, I would have rathered someone pop into the stream and then just leave, rather than come into the stream, give a follow, and then, like, unfollow, like, a minute or two afterwards. That just comes off very, very strange. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it. That might convince me to play Fortnite, right? Would that be enough to convince me to play Fortnite if I, Can I get a royalty check for that? I'm afraid you're wrong. I have proof that you meant for at least one murder to happen. Like, I get it. I don't like most multiplayer games. I am a single player enjoyer. A single player enjoyer through and through. I'd rather play a story game. I'd rather chat with people and have actual discussion. I don't like Fortnite. I don't like a lot of multiplayer stuff. It's just nothing appeals to me. And even when I play the multiplayer stuff that I do anyway, no, I'm playing by myself. So it's like, I don't like playing competitive multiplayer games where people are relying on me to be good. You said so yourself. And I know I shouldn't, like, as a streamer, I shouldn't call out people that are going to do that, but still, like, to me it beats the entire purpose. You come into the stream, you don't chat, you follow, and then you unfollow, like, a minute or two afterwards, and it's like, what do you want me to do here? Like, what do you want me to do? Like, it's the same with people that come into a stream and tell me, oh, can you watch the stream? And I've told people multiple times, no, I cannot watch the stream, and because it compromises my stream. And some people just don't get it. They don't get it at all. Because their internet speed is way better than mine. Like, good for you that you can have, like, 50 other streams open while you're streaming. I can't do that. And even if I could do that, I probably wouldn't either, because there's just too many, like, too many voices, too many things going on. I can't chat while I can't chat in another stream while I'm streaming. It just distracts me. I was the one who made Big Bad Chairman Winner kill Little Miss Rosaringer. So, you know, at the end of the day, I don't care. I said that's weird, I don't remember. Yeah, it's just one of those things. I accept it with the way that Twitch is, and I mean, I'm not saying that I'm some perfect, like, streamer either. Like, I can't get around to watch every single stream because I'm not always around to do so, but like I try my best to support in some way or another. It's just difficult. It's honestly just difficult. Like it's why I spent like 40 minutes a few days ago just talking, because it's like I had like 7 streams open. I had YouTube going. I was setting up my own stream. I was talking, getting notifications on my phone. It's like there's one time that I stream, and when I actually do my streams, is like the one time where I don't have to touch my phone. I don't have to be in someone else's stream. I don't have to do some other thing. It's the one time that I get where I can just focus on one sole tactic, one sole goal, and just do that, and do it for as long as I am able to do so. And then I can continue doing everything else afterwards, like... It's frustrating that no matter how much effort you can put into one thing, it's still never enough for some people. And so I just need a break from, and my break is basically me streaming here. I can have my platform that I can do my thing with, and I can talk to people in chat, and I can play my game. And you can think of, you can worm your way out of everything. This time you're wrong. Which is why I like your streams as well. It's not like super packed with a lot of people chatting all the time. It's just, you know, someone who has a common interest, who likes getting trophies, who plays a lot of story-based games, who plays a lot of similar games that I do. And yeah, it's like, fine, it's not a popular thing to do, but it's like, if it's not fun, what's the point? If it's not something fun, what's the point? Like, yeah, I could go and play Fortnite like a lot of other people do, but it's not going to be fun for me. It's not going to be a fun thing. And if it's not fun to do, then yeah. Even if I play a bad game, like a bad story game on stream, at least I can, like, chat with people, or I can, like, focus on doing something else, but... yeah. Because that conversation was being recorded by somebody intercepting the signal from the very listening device you plan. Oh, right, that's how they have it. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm fine with it, because it's like, I get frustrated with similar things, even if I don't necessarily show it. Like, there have been some times where I've played games and I've just gotten super, super annoyed by the game. But... yeah. Which is why when I play, like, multiplayer... when I play Marvel Rivals, it's like... you know, I don't chat in voice chat. I don't usually respond back to people that, like, have problems with the way that I play, is because, I really don't need And that's why I don't like playing with people either, because I don't like the idea of being, like, the bad player in the game, and it's like, I want to play these games for fun, and not because, like, you know, I don't want to feel responsible for dragging somebody down. Because I already know that I'm not of a good, like, I'm not a good multiplayer player. Yeah. I mean, I still have to get around to Shadows, I still have to get around to other games with trophies, but, like, it's fine. Got your conversation with the clan here on tape. That's what you're trying to tell us? Yeah, story games and trophies, like, that's, you know, I have one day a week where I play a multiplayer game. I have one day a week where I play a co-op game with Allison. It's just something that I want, it's something that I wanted to do, and then I have every other day that I stream, I try to do a story game that has trophies or a story game on the Switch. And that's my version of variety. Like, I can't jump from a different game every stream. It's just too difficult. Yeah, and that's the other thing as well. Talking about movies and shows, and games and other things that come up. Like, I would rather have a genuine conversation. And I think a lot of multiplayer games shut you out of that because you're concentrating on the game. Like she says, schemes will swallow him in the end. Now, I thought something was definitely off, because I noticed my follow went off, and then I checked my follower list, and I saw that my follower count went down, and it's like, that's why. It literally went down because it got removed immediately. Because people think that they don't know, but it's like, I know. Just like how I know that there was someone in a chat that was calling me out for some reason, and it's like, I don't know why, like... If you want to call me out in a thing, like, do it to my face, don't do it in, like, someone else's chat. Don't tell me that I'm, like... not watching your stream while I'm streaming. In story games you can pause and leave at all times to multiplayer stuff, you're almost forced to finish. Yeah, exactly. And, like, this game as well, like, I can save the game whenever I want. So if I need to end stream now, I could just save the game immediately. And I can. God, it was this part right here. Mr. Edgeworth, that's just Gavel's cell phone. Yeah. It's just one of those things, like, I like the idea of just playing, and there's different variety, like, if you get sick of the story, or you want to break from the story, you can do some side quests. Or if you've done a lot of side quests, you can go and explore a bit. Or if you've got, like, trophies to do, you can do some optional trophies, and then you can go back to, like, you can pick and choose between where you want to go and what you want to do. You don't necessarily have to, you know, with a multiplayer game, you're doing one thing constantly, repeating over and over again. And so, yeah, it might not appeal to everybody, but it's like, the reason I play video games has always been for, you know, to play by myself. Yeah, most story games are offline. I don't have to listen to people trash talking. I don't need to listen to people doing all that other stuff. I can just do what I want to do. And I also get enough of, like, I watch a lot of people play multiplayer games anyway, so it's like I kind of get my fill of, like, those in the first place. So it's like I really don't need to play any other multiplayer games because I see enough of them as I'm streaming myself. You're the one who adopted K. I can't hear, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry. It's right around here. I was surprised as... Oh, that's weird. Something wrong, Mr. Lloyd? I'll say, it seems we maybe, didn't quite catch the next part on tape. Yeah, platform. Again, I love platformers. I've already played them already, but like, you know... I love the Ratchet and Clank, the Jak and Daxter, Sly Cooper. I love all of those games. Crash Bandicoot, a couple of people I know play Crash Bandicoot on stream. and that was also fun, because it's just something that invokes... It invokes a childhood nostalgic memory for me when I see someone playing games that I really enjoy from the past. Call of Duty doesn't make me feel that way. Call of Duty to me was just a game that I would pick up, play it for the campaign, and then move on to the next one. Like, I have memories of the campaign, but I don't have memories with playing it with anybody, because I never liked playing multiplayer. Like, I loved playing Halo and Halo 2 when they were around, but that was, like, with actual people, and not just online, but it's just... I don't know what people expect of everyone to, like, if everybody played the same games, it would be so boring. Like, I can't stand Fortnite, and I can't stand, like, a lot of these games. It's like, yeah, they're more popular, but it's like, they're also just incredibly boring to me. I don't get the same satisfaction. It's like Souls-like games as well. Souls-like games, a lot of people will tell you, like, oh, it's really satisfying to beat a boss after 6 hours of attempts. To me, it's like, I look at it as, okay, I beat the boss, but it took me 6 hours. And I don't feel satisfaction from defeating this boss, I just get annoyed. I feel like my day is wasted because I spent 6 hours on one boss, and there's still going to be 50 other bosses to come that I have to then beat. I don't like that. I don't care how popular, like, Souls games are. Like, they're not for me. I can watch people play them, but they're not for me. And yeah, they're popular, but it's like, who wants to watch someone die in a stream 6 to 7 hours long with no, like, improvement in their, quote-unquote skill, like, their skill level? It's like, everybody has different skills. I'm not that fantastic at racing games, so I don't want to have to suffer through hours of trying to drift on a racetrack to get a time that, you know, isn't something that I am confident with doing. And I get, like, not wanting to give up and not wanting to, you know, stop, but it's like, if I know what my limitations are, I know what my limitations are. Oh, poor babies. You think I'd leave myself wide open like that? Well, think again. There's something a little special about that bug, you see. It can be turned on and off remotely. Never knew they make those. And see, platformers can be frustrating as well. They have their, like, Crash Bandicoot has its frustrating points in it, but at least it's something that you can eventually, like, just, it's the same outcome. It's a very similar outcome that you can have. Sometimes it's a bit of a grind, but, you know, even Ratchet, it's like, Ratchet has a lot of comedy parts in it. The weapons are fun to use. You know, the combat's very fun. It's just... And, you know, you can pause and take a break whenever you want. And it makes you feel something, I guess. Won't control bugs. Sure they exist, but... So you switched it off to avoid being recorded. Bingo! But how? I've had to know you were being recorded in the first place. I did, of course I did. It's so obvious that someone was eavesdropping. That's because... Miss Lloyd, was it? You knew about the kid's prosecutor's husband kidnapping without any prompting. Maybe I'm just, like, rambling at this point, because it's just like I've always been happier playing just by my, you know, on my own. Like, yeah, it was a bit frustrating towards the end, but it felt like that was not even, like, that wasn't anything that you necessarily were doing wrong. Like, I didn't even know that that was a possible thing, that it could just, you know, a save corruption and, like, thing was a thing, but it's like, to me, it was like, seeing you get past the guy with the wrench, you know, seeing you get past the harvester boss, you know, those were things that I really, really struggled with when I first played the game, and so I feel like I have an attachment to it, to where I, you know, where I can associate that with someone else. And, like, same thing with Secret Agent Clank. I've never actually finished that game. I just remember getting stuck at a certain point. And I would like to go back and play those games at some point in time. I still need to play Rift Apart, so once that comes out, eventually that will be on the list. I will eventually, you know, I do want to play Ratchet, I do want to play Rift Apart on stream. You heard the whole conversation? I did indeed, old pal, but I must say, I thought you would have figured it all out so much sooner. You're supposed to be a genius prosecutor. Now, where were we again? Oh, yeah, at the part where if you couldn't prove incitement, it was game over. Ah, well. Aw, shucks. My tape ain't gonna be no use to nobody after all. It's like when GTA 6 comes out, right? That will be done sometime this year, so you could actually play all the Jak and Dax games, maybe even Astrobot. Astrobot could be a fun game to play. I mean, Astrobot's getting free DLC still, so you might want to wait. Because they're still, I think they've released like 3 DLCs for Astrobot now. There's probably going to be more. I do love the Jak and Dax titles. The first game is my favorite one. And if you do dabble into Sly Cooper, I would highly recommend that as well. The Sly Cooper games were fun for me. Yeah, they keep adding DLCs. I'm not sure if they'll add a Higgs one. That would be interesting if they did that. I would love to see a Higgs Astrobot. That would actually, that could definitely work. Come on, I must have recorded something you can use. If only that were true. It's like it was added to the wish list, yeah. We're only increasing the backlog here, but still, like, it's just fun, like, even when you added, like, Kingdom Hearts to the list and stuff, it was like that. Those are nostalgic for me as well. Never played it or watched it, yeah. I mean, it's worth a shot. I think all 3 games are available. I don't know. I don't think the 4th one is, because that was a PS3 game as well. But that was a PS3 game. But it's those are just games that I really, really enjoy. I don't necessarily know how well received that will be for you, but I just figured that if you liked Jak and you liked Ratchet, then you'd probably like Sly, because it was around the same time period and around the same era. Okay, Meister. Yeah? Oh, buggeroo. Sitting in your pen the whole time, right? Let's shake anything loose from that old brain tree? No, give me a sec to think. You're the only one who's been directly in contact with him before. So sad, relying on flawed evidence, desperately trying to make it stick. Well, that's quite enough of that for now. Next topic, please. So far, you're not too crazy about Batman. I mean, I get it. Again, that's why I was trying to suggest things that maybe could have helped your thing, but if it's not for you, that's the one thing as well that people have to remember. If it's something that isn't for you, it's still okay. I can still enjoy the Batman Arkham games, but if you don't enjoy them, I understand why you're not enjoying them as much, and I don't want to feel like I'm forcing you to play through them. And if it's not something that you're enjoying, then it's okay to not. It's okay to not enjoy them. Like, that's perfectly okay. Why am I getting notified of that? Oh, okay. Just trying to steer us away from our current line of inquiry. Why am I getting notified on that for all things? I do not know. Like, I don't want you to give up necessarily, but if you do feel like you need to stop playing it, then I would just, Maybe it's just Asylum that is the harder one. I don't remember if City and Night have difficulty trophies attached to them. Because even when I played Arkham Asylum on hard mode with the upgrades, it was hard for me, but I already had like multiple games. I already had multiple Arkham games under my belt by the time that I had played Arkham Origins, Arkham Asylum again on the hardest difficulty, so I have a bit of a bias in terms of, like, I already was very well experienced with what I needed to do in the combat for Asylum, so it's hard to... Yeah, Spider-Man's more for you, and I think Wolverine might drop the ball. See, I really liked Spider-Man, but I think I enjoyed the combat system in Batman a bit more, just because I felt like I was able to do a little bit more. But it's not that Spider-Man has a bad combat system, it's just that, yeah. And I love Spider-Man as well. Like, Spider-Man and Batman are my, like, favorite, like, from each franchise in terms of just superheroes anyway. Yeah. That's what I was saying. It's like I think, like, if I was tackling Arkham Asylum as if I never played it today, I would probably would end up doing a playthrough of it on the easiest difficulty to get everything done, and then do a New Game Plus hard mode. That way you have all the upgrades from the start. But I understand you not wanting to start the game from the very beginning again. Yeah, it's very slow. That's why I think City might be more up your alley, because City has a lot more, like, it's a more open world. More open world game, and you liked Night, so I feel like if you liked Night, then City is probably more up your alley then. Because it's a lot closer to Night. Because Asylum is more enclosed. It's only like within the Asylum itself, but you know, City has side quests all throughout the map. City has you know, you can basically, if you want to take a break from the story or go to level up, you usually have side quests to do. You know, the Riddler trophies are hidden all out through the city. So it's a lot more. It's a lot easier, I guess, to get through. So honestly, maybe if you maybe you would just enjoy City more. Time to go to bed. Hopefully you have a good stream till next time. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the chats as always. Have a good sleep, and I will see you next time. Hopefully with a brand new Platinum Trophy once we finish this game. Anyone who's been in direct contact with him before, I had a one-on-one encounter with him only recently. What if the sound from that point in time had been recorded? Miss Lloyd, how long were you recording the intercepts from the bug for? Started about, let's see now, 2 nights back. In which case, during which time frame would we be likely to find Mr. Saint's voice? That would be cool. Looking forward to Ragnarok. I mean, Ragnarok, I think we can. I've got 3 Switch games and 1 PS4 game to do in between them. I'm thinking that maybe November, December, potentially for Ragnarok. It should be before the new year, hopefully. Hopefully it's before the new year. That's my goal. It is in the pipeline. That's all that you have to know. Is like it is in line for one of the next games. Mr. Saint abducted Kay and took her up to the roof of the big building 2 nights ago. What if there was a recording from around that time? Mr. Lloyd, quickly play us any tape you have from the night before last. Huh? Oh, sure thing. It's the scent of the balloon. Indeed it is. And around that time, I imagine Mr. Saint would have been transporting you in it. Also, with Ragnarok, it will be full platinum playthrough. And I will probably also attempt the Valhalla DLC, for Ragnarok. I might not be able to finish it, but I will attempt. I will attempt to do it, and we will see if we can get the 100%. But definitely want to go for the platinum. Even though I know that it's going to be grindy with the collectibles, grindy with some other stuff, I will probably... Yeah. I want to see how the game is. Because when the game came out 3 years ago, and I haven't played it yet, so... Which means it can't have been too far away from you, or the bug. Is there anything else on the recording, I wonder? Yep. That sounds like a gunshot and a ricochet of the bullet. Wait, that noise! That was a gunshot. You turned the bug off then, too, it seems. Unluckily for you, you were a little late in doing so. There's no escaping it now. That gunshot ties you directly to the case. What are you talking about? Nobody ever even mentioned a gun. He's wrong. Somebody involved with this case discharged a firearm. You just need to remember who it was and present the evidence that proves it. Which piece of evidence shows that a gun was used in an incident related to the case? That's right, we have the residue, the gunfire residue on the, hand. I remember they said there was gunfire residue on his hand. It's written right here in the President's autopsy report. Traces of gunshot residue were detected on his hand. Yep. And where was Kay when the gunshot was recorded? That's right, she was in the balloon being taken by you to the top of the big building. However, the roof wasn't as deserted as you needed it to be. Yes, I was there with the President. Wait, not long after we started talking, he noticed something and told me to leave. And if a gunshot rang out shortly after that... Don't tell me you didn't hear it yourself, Mr. Saint. Not when it sounds crystal clear in this recording. You're just gonna pretend to ignore me? What else do you expect me to do when you keep spouting your weird theories? We didn't just hear a gunshot on that tape. Yeah, we heard a ricochet. If you listen carefully, you can hear that the bullet hit something too. Would the President have been aiming at Mr. Saint? What would the bullet have struck? Well, we were... It would have had to have been the hot air balloon because, and we haven't actually found a bullet hole or a bullet at the moment either. So, what's going to happen with this? It would have to be a ricochet off of the. Have to be a ricochet off of the hot air balloon. Because we don't have a... We can't see on this picture anything, so maybe we can examine it later. I think the President was firing at the balloon. And if he was, what we heard on that tape could have been the bullet hitting the basket. Let's take a look and see, shall we? Sure. Let's look over the sides of the basket just in case. Alright, I'll start from over here. Hey, what are you doing just standing there? Help them too, will you? You're fool. Nothing. How about over there? This side's clean, not even a speck of dirt. But I'm right about this, I know I am. You need to think about the sound it made when it hit. It sounded like something harder than the wicker part of the basket, like metal in fact. Yeah, it was the bottom of the, thing. There's a super long rope curled up in the bottom of the basket here. Look it over. Are there signs of it having been struck by a bullet?
On it. Hey, Mr. Blacksuit, take the other end, will you?
Yes, ma'am. Nothing here, or here. Nope, looks clean.
Nothing here either. Guess this isn't what it hit.
Let's move on and find out what it did. There's a gas tank here. It's fixed to the side of the basket.
Doesn't look like it's been hit by any bullets. Which is lucky. That would not have ended well for anybody nearby.
Alright, let's go elsewhere, shall we? Yeah, well, we know where it is. It's on the bottom of the... hole.
With a bullet stuck in it.
There's a bullet hole in the bottom of the basket. I call that pretty conclusive proof. Well, Mr. Saint, how do you explain not just the sound on the tape, but the accompanying bullet hole?
You see everything, don't you? It's pretty impressive, I have to admit. I doubt there's anything I could hide from you if you really wanted to find it.
Just shut up and confess, will you?
Alright, alright. No need to get cranky.
Press time. What really happened 2 nights ago?
I'll admit I flew the balloon up to the roof, but when I arrived, Judge Cavell and the President were already there. That came as a surprise, I have to say. The President noticed me, and he made the good judge leave right away.
This is, quite the,
Then he pointed his gun at me and fired.
This is quite the elaborate, explanation of everything. Especially since the President was...
Why was he trying to shoot down the balloon? Oh, that's simple enough. When I arrived, he was just about to murder your friend, the judge here. Yeah, you told him about Sean. What did you think would happen? Why do you think he met with you in the first place?
Well, I gotta remember that that guy was the fake president. So, the original reason was, they wanted to, wasn't the original reason because they were trying to, she wanted to, do some stuff? She wanted to, what was it she wanted to do? She wanted to... she was doing this up with the sun, but I guess the reason why they were covering that up is because that was the fake president. So, that's what I was trying to say.
I thought you were going to expose him as an imposter.
Because she knew the truth about Sean's parentage, he was afraid.
Afraid? Yeah, you could say that. The man was a total coward. His hands were shaking so much when he tried to get rid of me, he couldn't even shoot straight. So you see, I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I was an innocent bystander.
Okay. Well, we'll press everything first, because that's what we always do. And also, like, I'm guessing that we're going to have to present everything anyway. Alright, let's go. Around what time would that have been?
Just after 11, I think. That's when you and your pal went to the roof, right, Your Honor?
Yes, it was. No contradictions there, but the fact that we've confirmed the time is important nonetheless.
Because I arrived when I did.
So you didn't expect to find the two of them there?
Of course not. Why would I? But it's lucky I got there when I did. We all know what would have happened if I'd been any later. He was just about to try and kill you, Gavell. You really didn't suspect a thing.
I'm afraid I did not. I had no idea.
Maybe you shouldn't have blabbed to him about the kid. Did you ever think of that?
Well, this is where the stuff's gonna start getting exposed, I think. I was merely trying to...
What kind of mother are you? You're lucky he didn't kill you and then go after the boy. I'm your opponent here, not Judge Gravel. Now leave her alone and tell us what we need to know. Don't worry, Your Honor. I'll take it from here. I'm in your debt, Mr. Edgeworth. As is Sean. I trust that you will look after us both. I pray that the goddess of justice will watch over us all. Your precious goddess didn't even warn you there was a balloon right behind you. He made her leave, but why? Wasn't he planning to kill her? Sure, but I'll bet he didn't want to do it in front of witnesses. Murderers don't tend to be like that. She still didn't know he was the real president, right? Secret was safe for the time being. Now that he knew about Sean, he could kill both of them whenever he wanted. You two got lucky when he died. Why the frowns? I'd be smiling from ear to ear if I were you. Don't think anybody will be smiling until this matter has been cleared up once and for all. So please, continue if you would. Your wish is my command. Where were we? Oh yeah, that coward of a fake president. I guess a witness suddenly appearing in the sky must have shaken him up pretty badly and he panicked. You're lucky that the bullet only struck the bottom of the basket. Yeah, I tried to get out of there the second he pulled out that gun. Couldn't have had my balloon going pop. But it was a close run thing. So he left right then and there. Of course I did. He was shooting at me. I'm saying there's a problem with that. Does that present a problem? I mean, yes, there would be a problem, because there's always a... We're getting to the end of this case, there has to always be a problem. There's always a problem.
Who's that Pokemon?
In the end, you managed to leave Kay there up on that rooftop. Which means you didn't actually leave the vicinity, did you? Oh yeah, I guess I forgot to tell you the next part. After he shot at me, he escaped through the hatch to the 51st floor. Hung around a little longer to make sure the coast was clear, then I landed on the roof. Would you mind appending that statement to your testimony? Makes no difference to me. Alright, now we can press the statement.
Hold it.
A hatch that leads to the storeroom where the items from the underground auction were kept. The auction? It's still a bit fuzzy, but the auction was 2 days ago, right? Indeed, the auction was being held on the 50th floor that day. A bunch of people were going in and out of the storeroom while it was happening, yes? They were, which means that if the president really did escape that way, as Mr. Saint says, somebody must have seen him. There's no way he could have passed through there unnoticed. Oh right, that also then would lead back to Lotta, because remember, Lotta was in the area, so she would have recognized if the president went into that area, because he wouldn't have been had time to be wearing a mask. The problem is the time at which each event occurred. Should the times line up, I can think of a certain piece of evidence that could prove helpful to our case. So his story is that he just happened to witness the events on the roof on the balloon. If Simi hadn't come along when he did, Judge Cavell might have been in serious trouble. So he's basically her savior, right? Don't think it's quite that simple. After all, he was there to commit a crime too. But in order to expose that crime, we'll need to go over his testimony in detail. There must be a hole in it somewhere. Alright, so obviously it'll be the press statement because, it's usually always the one that gets exposed, and then it'll be this one here. She said she didn't see the president pass through, and he's saying that there was. We have definitive proof that that did not happen. You're lying to us again. I am?
President never entered the storeroom the night before last. Miss Hart testified to that fact.
You believe the word of a 2-bit hack of a mine? I beg your gosh darn pardon. Say that about the chief again, I dare you. I'll wipe that smile right off of your stupid clown face.
So we know Hart was camped out on the 51st floor the entire evening. And also that correlates with her seeing the eye from the building as well. But if our fake president didn't escape through there, then how the heck did he get off the roof? Excellent question, and one that I hope to provide the answer to next. We know that he didn't leave via the elevator, so neither that nor the hatch are possibilities. Which leaves only one possible way of escaping that rooftop. How did the president leave if it wasn't via the elevator or the hatch? The only way to get off of the thing from this point, no elevator, no hatch, he would have either had to have jumped or he would have, like, had to have gotten onto the hot air balloon somehow. That's probably the only way that and I don't think that he jumped because we would have noticed injuries equivalent to that. So I guess the only way to do that was the hot air balloon. That's probably the only way to do it because, but then why would he have been on the... Why would he have been on the, why would he have been in that situation, though, is the question. Like, why would that have been the case? Hang on a second, let me just close some things down.
He flew?
Yes, in Mr. Saint's balloon.
Whoa, 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 quit fooling around, will you? Why in the world would I give that guy a lift in my balloon?
There's a security camera on the elevator, and Miss Hart was on the 51st floor the whole time. There's no other way he could have left that rooftop.
You know what the circus is all about? Making the audience think you're in danger. Giving them a thrill. But it's time to bring this act to an end. I'm not in danger here, even if you think I am.
What do you mean?
Watch and learn, Miss Hart. Can I ask you something? You were keeping guard on the 51st floor the whole time, right? Never even blinking for a moment. You bet your big toe I was. I don't say as much in my testimony. So the noise, the sound of Miles's faithful assistant falling through the hatch, that didn't scare you so badly that you fainted? So maybe I ought to have mentioned this before, but I fell asleep for a few winks after that. Well, passed out, unconscious you might say.
What? What happened?
That explains the noise that caused you to faint as well, Miss Hart.
It was the sound of Kay crash landing onto the storeroom floor.
Well, so what if I did? Ain't a girl in the world don't get caught a little unaware sometimes. Sorry, Miles, but that's what you get for putting your faith in these people.
Doesn't matter. Kay can't have fallen down the hatch until after the president left the roof.
Sure about that. Allow me to offer a little counter theory. The coward fake president fired his gun at me. Then he hid in the shadows after your friend fell down that hatch. did. What would that mean? Come now, surely even you can see what I'm insinuating here. It's elementary. The president hid until after Miss Hart finished. Or fainted. He could have passed right through the 51st floor undetected. And there we have it. Your little theory about the secret storeroom falls apart. Did he have to do that to me in my own voice? Oh, he was imitating Miles. That's right. Oh, and another thing. I might have let Sean's identity slip to our pal, the president, while he was hiding in the shadows. That's why he went to the set to try and murder him the next day, only to wind up being killed himself. That's right, it was Sean who murdered the body double. What possible reason could the boy have for doing so? Oh, a pretty good one. He already knew he was the president's son. How did he discover that exactly? Because I told him. In one of my trademark letters. He's lying. Oh, you bet I am. Or am I? Maybe I did tell him. Maybe I didn't. Well, Shawnee boy, which is it? It was my fault the Torosaurus head fell off that roof. I admitted that much already. But I didn't find out about my dad until today, I swear. Well, well, well. I knew about the falling head thanks to the bug. Who knew it was you who made it fall? The president died from being crushed, wasn't it? Alright, well that's confirmed at least. You were the murderer. Congrats on getting your revenge. That ties everything up pretty neatly, wouldn't you say? Although I guess you'd say something more like... And so the pieces fall into place at last. Well, counter my unassailable logic if you can. You know my MO by now, right? I'm a hands-off kind of guy. I just like to pull a few strings here and there. That was the case with Bronco, with Chairman Winner. So what makes you think I'd let that fake president set foot in my balloon? Besides, I thought he was crushed to death by that model monster head. Who said old Torosaurus' noggin a fallen? Hmm? Oh, makes perfect sense. That's how I must have wound up dead. No doubt about it. What was the motive behind the murder? The little truth I shared, just like I said. Get it? The truth? That thing you're so fond of? That's what caused the murder here, not me. Well, is there a detective in the house? Somebody arrest that boy. can't help noticing nobody rushing to slap on the handcuffs. What's the matter? Curse you. Just as I thought. Admit it, you're all the same. You winner that idiot phony present. You want the real culprit to go free so you can railroad me to a jail cell, don't you? It's the justice you will claim to love so much. You only love it when you can twist it to suit your needs. No, that's not true.
Objection.
Well, if you're not going to make the move, guess. I'll have to step outside and speak to an officer myself. Once I tell them the kids are here a murderer, maybe they'll finally do something.
Objection.
I'm not done with your testimony yet, Mr. Saint. How did I know you'd make some excuse for stalling even longer? But you still don't have any proof, do you? Any chance of winning this? Tell me I'm wrong. Yet you still want to prolong the agony? Well, as long as you know what you're doing.
Who's that Pokemon?
Oh, 50% now? Okay. It was like probably 33% before, now it's like 50%. Okay, if we get stuff wrong, we're gonna start holding back.
What? Did you forget that little Shawnee's life is on the line too?
Hey, Mazzarino. Take a deep breath for me, would you? Why would I do that, Fender? Because it's times like these that you need to kick back, take stock, and be grateful for what you have. The worst of times are when lawyers calmly show their biggest smiles, remember? The way in which the president made his escape is what you and Laughing Boy can't agree on. So, how about this for a little thought experiment? What if it's not about whether the big guy is in the purple jacket got on that balloon or not, but rather, under what conditions would Simeon have been cool with letting him get on board? Turnabout in thinking. Give the interruption, just my 2 cents worth. Or your old man's, I guess I should say. Maybe Gregory's techniques will prove useful in this crazy modern era. He's right. Under what circumstances could the body double have been allowed on that balloon? He was a physically imposing man, and what's more, he was carrying a gun. Could he have been drugged? No. There were no traces of sedatives found during his autopsy. In which case, surely not.
Ready to continue, Miles. And don't forget, this is what we're playing for.
Yep. This is gonna be tricky, but I have to tear his testimony down one statement at a time. Yeah, this means that it must be coming pretty close, because usually when we get, like, more severe penalties near the end, it basically is the game saying, hey, we are almost done with whatever we need to go and do for that particular thing. So I guess we'll wait and see. Yep. Murder of the so-called president. So we'll press everything first, because obviously more information.
Hold it.
Strings in question being those of Sean and the president's body double in this case. You seem pretty confident of your abilities in that particular arena. That's so weird. I'm an animal tamer, remember? And what's the wildest animal of them all? That's right, humans. Didn't take much to get those two dancing in my tune. A little truth here, a little hint of revenge there. Somebody ought to thank me. I did this world a favor. Mr. Edgeworth, he's scaring me. Don't let him get under your skin, Kay. We have to stay strong. This man sowed the seeds of another's revenge in order to achieve his own. It's our duty to stop him, and we will succeed in that duty. Why do people do bad things, huh? Don't they realize it'll just come back to bite them in the end?
Hold it.
So you insist that you had no direct involvement in any of what occurred? Can I see? I don't like to get my hands dirty. Sure would love to watch the action unfold, though. All those idiots desperately trying to kill one another. You haven't changed. What you did 12 years ago was watched too. We're talking about this whole SS5 thing. Oh, stop it. The poor Papa, scrubbing around for answers and finding nothing. Shucks. What do they call that again? Oh yeah, ranking competence. Oh. How dare you! Agent Lane, please. You don't know the half of it, you damned clown. Your father may not have closed out the case, not publicly anyway, but it was thanks to his work that we're standing here right now. Sorry to butt in, Miles. Your little pep talk isn't going to magically solve this case. Now I know you have your theories. It's the only way he could have gotten down from the roof of the building.
let's game this one out, shall we? Suppose I took him down to the ground like you said. What's wrong with doing that?
So you admit it, you did take him on your balloon.
You're really obsessing over this one little detail. It isn't like you, Miles. How do you think it went down? He held me at gunpoint and said, show me the city at night. It's ridiculous, and you know it is. Did you really fail to think this through?
You said yourself you gave him Sean's identity. Surely that was enough to win him over.
Win him over? The man who shot at me? No. Then you must have put him to sleep and carried him away like you did with me.
I just realized that was very well. Let us suppose that to be true for a second. Did the autopsy show the presence of sedatives? It's no good. He's just not giving us an opening.
Anyway, never mind all that. There are way more interesting things I'd rather talk about.
Actually, I have some doubts about that. I mean, if the president really was killed by the Torosaurus head...
Don't tell me you're throwing your own pet theory in the trash, Mr. Genius Prosecutor. Aren't you the one who went to all that trouble to prove the man squished by head hypothesis was true?
That may have been my theory at one point. That was when we thought the head was like the only thing that could have crushed it.
Why, the past tense? That's still your theory, no? It's not like you have anything else right now.
The president's body double was crushed under the falling Torosaurus head. No, there must be something. Some other piece of evidence that could link this man to the president's death by crushing.
Don't you think it's time you gave up, Miles? I don't like watching you struggle like this. We all know who did it. The model head is practically screaming his name.
Sure, Sean was the one who caused the head to fall that much.
Even admitted it himself.
Fantastic, so we're all in agreement. Well done, everybody, case closed.
Sean Fenn killed the fake president, and that's that. Somebody get those cops in here.
Not so fast, this case is far from closed.
Still scrabbling, huh? Well, alright then, enlighten us. And be quick about it. If you can't, I want to see the kid in handcuffs. Or are you only a stickler for about the law when things are going your way? Edgeworth, what do we do? What do we do? Think, Miles, think. Mr. Saint's killer. If Mr. Saint killed the president's body double, it would have to have happened while the two of them were together on the roof. So what would he have had in hand? What would he have had to hand? That's the answer that will tell us how he was killed. Like diseases. Think about how that person died. It was a very particular case. A cause, sorry, to say the least. She was crushed by the Torosaurus head.
Who's that Pokemon?
It becomes Sean's fault, right? What if that wasn't what the president was crushed by? Is there something else that could have exerted a similar kind of force? Okay, now we're back to normal. Now remember when we present stuff, if we present the wrong thing, we're going to lose 50% of our health. So we obviously do not want to lose a whole heap of health. The only other thing that could be suggested that could credit with this one would be the balloon themselves, I think. But then how does that make the... I guess we'd have to figure out how that would be the case then. So I don't know what other evidence we've got, is the issue. So it would be... If I've got to counter what it was crushed by, it would have to be this. So it'd be this one that we present thing. But then what do we have that could crush him outside of... We've said it can't be the Torosaurus head, so... It can't be the truck, obviously. Yeah, it has to be the balloon. That's the only other logical explanation that we have, is that the balloon somehow crushed him. Because remember, he shot the balloon, and he shot it, and it hit the basket, the bottom of the basket. So if he shot the balloon, that would have caused it to fall down, and that wouldn't have been enough, I don't think. Although I'm not entirely sure if a hot air balloon would be enough to... It probably would be enough to kill someone, I think, if it was fully inflated and it landed on somebody, but as it's deflating, I don't think so. Sean didn't kill the president. The president was crushed by a monster. Did you really just say that? You? Oh, I I get it. He's the kid who can communicate with the giant beasts, right? Did he use his special powers? The only person in communion with monsters was you. Sorry, but you must have mixed me up with somebody else. No monster pals here, I'm afraid. Why the false modesty? You're very close with at least one such creature. In fact, you can make this particular monster do exactly as you command. It was you who killed the President, Mr. Saint, and I can prove it. You're talking about the lion balloon? Yes, a quivering mockery of a monster filled with hot air, but a monster nonetheless. Not entirely unlike Mr. Saint himself. Sorry, you lost me. What are you trying to say exactly? You seem very keen to stick to your story about having manipulated Sean and the President. No matter how true you may have wanted it to be, that was nothing more than a desperate lie. Even the most skilled animal tamer can't make the dead do his bidding. The President was dead long before he left that roof. I mean, killed by your balloon. I get it. That thing may look lighter than air, but it weighs a few hundred pounds, right? The President attacked you from the roof. You had to think quickly in order to protect yourself. The method you chose, landing the balloon right on top of him, you didn't need to let him ride on that balloon. You didn't need to coerce you into taking it. Because what you took away was his dead body. Wait a minute now, Miles. What you're saying is true. The President would have been killed 2 nights ago. Which would mean the time of death recorded in the autopsy was wrong. It would? Wow, you're really losing your touch. Look again. It's written right there. Oh. Time of death, April 5th at approximately 11 p.m. Clear as day. April 5th? That was yesterday, which means... Exactly. Means he died when the Torosaurus head fell off that roof. Alright, Sean, it's time to be honest with us all. You know it's the right thing to do. killed your daddy, didn't you? You hated him, didn't you? I get it. Who wouldn't? He just left you. What kind of a monster would do that? That's not what happened. I already told you. I didn't know he wasn't until today. You did know, because I told you myself. My theory really have been so wide off the mark. Thank you once again, Miles. How did Winner and the guard until their crimes were finally exposed? By ruining them both, you helped get my revenge. Gotta love those powers of deduction. Time Death mesh up everything else would fit. So could he possibly have cheated the time of death somehow? Oh, and what was that guy's name again? Carmelo Gusto? You even ran him down for me. That was some great work you did there. Of course, Gusto. IS-7 incident. Killed Frost and froze his body in order to conceal it. Gusto needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. To determine that the murder occurred during afternoon tea, he would have been an obvious suspect. Bingo. This also explains so much now, because, like, obviously, Gusto, like, did not even, like, just the way that Gusto was. I wish I could have been there to see his downfall, too. How can you say that? He was your father. I mean, like, not with the way that he was reacting, like, Carmelo Gusto didn't even care about his own son after he went off and did his own thing. So scary. As the guy keeps asking and asking about what happened that day. Where are you, Dad? When are you coming to get me? Please, I need you to come take me away. Is it because I broke my promise? Because I didn't show up in time to help you taste your work? He was no father. He left me on my own. What kind of person would do that? We may have shared the same blood, but that's it. Father, what a joke. I don't want to hear this, Mr. Saint, but we share more than blood. Head him where you like, but you're more like your father than you know. What's that supposed to mean? They can be strange sometimes, but this was no coincidence. You and your father were the same, even in the methods you chose. You deliberately threw off the time of death just as he did.
Who's that Pokemon?
That's right, we had to rescue him from a warehouse refrigeration unit down by the harbour.
Threw off the time of... Oh, right, because of the, refrigeration unit. How did I do that exactly? Hiding the president's body in a very specific place. Get the body right here. The only place that we know of with a refrigeration unit was, I think it was a refrigeration unit, right? Oh, not autoplay, no, turn autoplay off. Please don't put it into... I thought for a second I made a mistake by pushing autoplay. It's, yeah, that shouldn't mess up the trophy. I thought that I had accidentally pushed, autoplay. Sorry, I pushed, story mode. Autoplay just means that instead of, me having to click on everything, it will, automatically, like, skip it. That would have been bad if I clicked autoplay. Well, actually, no, autoplay, no, it's only story or reader mode. Thing. Autoplay just means that it'll, which is also weird, because if you have autoplay enabled, you'd just be skipping through dialogue and you wouldn't be necessarily reading it. So, yeah. Alright. Yeah, we already know that there's a refrigeration unit in a depot, because we know about the, we had to rescue him from the,
thing. So, despite that they just straight up mentioned the depot means it has to be here, and we also mentioned that we thought it was the daybreak dump or the sanitation plant, but if they're saying depot specifically, it would have to be the depot here. You need to keep the body cool somewhere. And you also needed somewhere to keep Sean. You needed it super connected. We're talking about the kidnapping again. Why are you bringing that up now? Because much as you may wish we had forgotten, we know that you had kept Sean in a refrigeration unit. The same refrigeration unit in which you kept the president's body. Just as your father froze the body he was trying to conceal 18 years ago. You're saying I'm the same as him? The same as the animal who abandoned me? It is kind of like poetic. Is it poetic justice or like just I can't remember what it's called, but it's like the sins of the father and the sins of the son. They all happen to be the same. Sad irony, but an undeniable truth nonetheless. Shut up! I'm nothing like him. I could never be like him. He's nothing to do with me, and we're nothing alike. Sorry, kiddo, but I think it's pretty clear that you and old Gusto have more than a little in common. You even told us you didn't like sweet stuff way back when we first met, right? That's not a product of your daddy issues. I don't know what is. You don't understand! You may have tried to disown your father, but he lives on in everything you do. You think the same way. And you're every bit as prepared as he was to sacrifice others in order to protect yourself. Your crimes were even exposed in the same manner. You couldn't be more similar. Oh no. Those poor rabbits. Or what should I say? I don't know anything about our refrigeration unit. And the kidnapping, nothing to do with me. Nonsense. You did it so you could blackmail Judge Cavell. We know for a fact you're involved. You're a real danger to be around, you know that, Miles? What aren't you going to accuse me of? But it changes nothing. You still don't have any proof of incitement, of kidnapping, of anything. Oh, wait, or are you planning on maybe fabricating some? Taking a leaf out of the old winner playbook? Never. I would never do that. Can't let myself rise to the provocation. What was the line? No matter what happens, we must find the truth. Something like that. But only when the truth suits you, huh? That's how the law keeps people down, isn't it? And why I had to get my revenge myself. I got away with it. I got away with it all. The guard, winner, and now you. None of you can touch me. This is bad, Mr. Edgeworth. Isn't there anything we can do? Everything points to this man being our culprit. But we need evidence, even just one piece. Alright, it's been fun, but it's time we brought this little show to an end, don't you think? Stick around for the main event, though, won't you? I'll even let you in for free, if you finally admit defeat. What now? Who was that? Come, sir. Of all people. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Gummy, where have you been? Been doing my job, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me. Detective Gumshoe? Do you have anything to report? I had them look into a few things real quick, sir. About the refrigeration unit where the kid was kept. It was registered to the Berry Big Circus, just like you said. And there it is, just in the nick of time. Excellent work, Detective. Well, Mr. Saint? Must be some kind of mistake. Why would a circus need a refrigeration unit? Valid question, I suppose, but we're not experts on the circus trade. Perhaps we could ask your department manager for her thoughts on the matter. Oh, Miss Berry? do hire a unit to store all the food for the animals. I don't know where it is. I'll leave all that to Simeon. So good at that kind of thing. Yep. You fool! Simeon, you're scaring me. Such a shame, but rushing to find a solution after the fact so often leads to mistakes. You knew that if the body was found in the unit, the suspicion would fall on you. So you panicked and moved it to the grounds of the big building instead. But you weren't counting on Sean being found in the unit when you kidnapped him. If only you'd known you were up against a great thief and an even greater detective. Is everything alright? You're looking a little pale. It's still not over, is it? Don't think that you've won just yet, Miles. You're missing proof for the most important part of your little theory. I am? Perhaps you could enlighten us. You don't have any evidence that I crushed the presidential faker with that balloon. And I know you don't, because there isn't any. I'm afraid there is. What? Mr. Saint murdered the victim as we think he did. There should be traces of your misdeed on this piece of evidence. This would be like the last piece of evidence, wouldn't it, as well? Like, this has to be one of the last pieces of evidence that we give. I would think. Like, it would have to be on the balloon. Actually, did we check that? Can we still check the balloon? I don't know if we can. So I was gonna say, like, we still don't know about the boot. It doesn't have anything on it, but I was thinking, like, we still don't know where the analysis of the balloon basket should turn up the evidence we need. The balloon again? You already have your bullet hole. What else do you expect to find? We, expect to find plenty, actually. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth? If there's truth to be found, then we'll find it. He's a hero of justice.
He sure is. We'll find something for sure. Mr. Edgeworth has gotten out of way tighter spots than this one.
What they said. We believe in you, Mazzarino. So does your pop. He's looking down on you right now. I know he is. Oh, is this gonna be like one of those duel things where they're in the same position and they do the... That would be kind of cool if they have the... Just stay calm and see this through to the end, Miles Edgeworth. A perfect victory is only moments away. President's body double was killed by the balloon. Traces of a certain substance will prove that. And you, Simeon Saint, will pay for your crimes at last.
Looking forward to this.
Time to wrap up the mysteries of past and present once and for all. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, deal the final blow to this unforgivably wicked man. This last piece of evidence will prove your guilt beyond a doubt. What should we expect to find on the balloon if it was used to crush the president? That would be the bouquet. Because there should be trace evidence of it being... If he had yellow on him when he was crushed, I'm assuming that there had to be some sort of bouquet residue on the balloon as well. Especially if it was like a considerable amount of impact, I guess. So I guess we'll have to wait and see that. So it'd have to be the bouquet, right? Sean found the president's body. Who's it found a bouquet of lion lilies?
Lion lilies, symbol of the connection between parent and child. Popular flower back in Shangfa.
That's your proof? A bunch of flowers that will be rotting at the dump by now? A bunch of flowers that Sean threw away? So much for your beautiful symbol of parental connection. It's got nothing to do with any of this. Ignore him, Sean. You threw those flowers away, that much is true. But the bond they represented remains as strong as it ever was. The President held on to them until the last. An act which provided us with our final piece of evidence.
What? What are you talking about?
The flowers Sean disposed of had been squashed flat. They must have been crushed by the balloon. If we examine the basket for traces of lion lily pollen, what do you think we might find?
No, you don't need to do that. You looked over the basket just now. Anyway, if there was pollen stuck to it, you would have seen it. Those flowers are bright yellow.
Not all evidence is visible to the naked eye, Mr. Saint. Emma?
Yeah?
I'd like to call on your scientific skills once again, if you don't mind.
Leave it to me. Alright, let's take a look at this balloon basket, shall we? Got something. Bright yellow pollen, just like you said. If it's from the same flowers, it shouldn't take more than another quick test to prove it.
And there we have it. You murdered the president, and this murder you carried out yourself.
No, how could this? No!
You crushed the president with that balloon. Then you loaded his body into the basket and took him to the refrigeration unit. But why? Why go to the trouble of removing the body? Because he knew another incident was scheduled to occur that same evening.
Where's he bring his murder?
Exactly. If he had left the body there, it would have interfered with his other plans. I get it. And he couldn't leave the body in the refrigeration unit for too long either, right?
Who's that Pokemon?
Indeed not. So I'll return to the big building to drop the body off again the following night. He must have observed the fire Sean caused and the Torosaurus head falling as a result. That's what gave you the idea, wasn't it? To frame Sean for the murder. You made it seem as if the falling head was what killed him so that my son would take the blame. Despicable coward. In order to achieve your aim, you lowered the president's body from the balloon to the lot below. And while he was dangling from the rope you used, he was caught on Sean's rehearsal tape.
No, how did you see through it all? How?
You manipulated people, and you manipulated this case, just as you manipulated animals on the stage. You thought you were all-powerful. But your reign is at an end.
Animals look like they're mad with you, Simeon. Even Money and Isaiah. I thought they were your friend, but you're not. They're sad and mad all at the same time.
Uh-oh.
Stop it! Stop looking at me like that!
Perhaps they will when you finally stop clowning around. You're not cut out for comedy. Your tale is destined to end with a whimper. Oh no.
Don't! Get away from me! Get away from me! Leave! Leave me alone! Dad, where are you? I'm so scared. I don't know what you're talking about! I've done nothing wrong! Nothing! I'm not the bad one, they are! Why, Bronco? Why did you stop me from going to see my dad? If only none of them did what they did, I wouldn't have had to... I couldn't trust the police. I couldn't trust anybody. I was alone with nobody to help me.
Oh no.
That man, he helped me. Canis was the only one who ever helped me. So what if I used people? I had to. Is that so wrong? No, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Ow, ow, that hurts. Oh, stop it. You, no. Oh.
The animals are just straight up being... Oh no. The animals are just... The animals are just beating up on Simeon. Why? I mean, I know why, but still, like... It's just funny that that's what ended up happening. Alright. Seems the game is up at last. Oh, it's Shelley the Killer. The killer? Mr. Edgeworth, I may be the first to congratulate you. You have unmasked the person behind this entire sorry affair. Now I am free to... No! Guns are so clumsy, don't you find? I don't have a gun! Please, not only are you carrying one, you were just about to draw it. You must have stolen it from the president after murdering him. This gentleman betrayed a bond of trust. He knew the so-called president was an impostor, and yet he employed me to kill him nonetheless. There is nothing more dangerous for an assassin to be lied to about the nature of one's target. If one does not know what cards one opponent is holding, one can be very unpleasantly surprised. That was not your true crime. No, thinking you could deceive me, manipulate me, that is the crime for which you are about to pay. No! Oh. Never mind. This is interesting. Again, we're getting... I also just realized that his, inmate tag looks like it comes out as boss. We're just about to... what do you call it? We're about to, what do you want to call it? We're about to, confront, we're about to see two assassins confronting each other, which is also very interesting. I mean, this might actually play into something where it's like, Canis was the one who protected Simeon from the past, but this is two assassins. It's been a while, the killer. Step aside, Canis. That man is my target. I would politely ask that you call off this particular job. He'll pay for his crimes, but in prison, not at the end of your blade. And if I refuse, let us just say that I might not take the loss of the one life that I ever saved too well. You save a life? What did harm a Canis, the blind butcher himself? Preposterous, I know. But yes, I, who have taken so many lives, once chose to preserve one. That of an innocent young pup. And he, in his turn, saved mine. Something of a bond formed between us. Laugh what you like, I know I would. But I would respectfully request that you spare him. As one professional to another, I ask that you let this particular target live. Very well, the boy must mean a lot to you. This is also just so weird to have two assassins just confronting in the thing, and are they gonna just go back to, is the killer just gonna escape? Is Canis just gonna go back to being a prisoner? I don't think it's that simple, right? Like, it can't be that simple. You need not thank me. I simply see little point in the two of us killing one another. Now then, I bid you all good day. I mean, he's also... They're not gonna do anything to try and stop him? Okay, now he just disappeared. No, get back here. You have my thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. This young pup needed to be shown the error of his ways. And you have done just that. Alright, I suppose we'd better be getting back. Our ironclad enclosure awaits. Doesn't it, Helmut? Yes, yes it does. Okay, at least he's going back to prison. Oh, hello. You killed my dad, didn't you, old man? I will not lie, I did. My victims deserve to be remembered, at the very least. Ah, but I sense a great hatred for me from you, horned pup. In that case... Sean, no! You must not falter, little one. Here, you may use my knife. Take it, and cut my throat. One sure slice is all it takes. I was growing rather tired of carving my little statues anyway. I want revenge. I want it so badly. Sean, don't do it. Please, Sean, I beg of you. At least I did until just now. I would have done anything to make you pay, no matter how long it took. Oh, but you should make those who have wronged you pay. It'll make you feel so good. Trust me. All the pain, all the suffering, it all goes away. It drowns it all out, numbs it. Maybe it does. And listening to you, I thought maybe that's what I wanted. It's not just about me. Say, I get my revenge. How does that help anybody else? If I became a murderer, my mom suffers 10 times more than I ever would. So would all the people I work with. They're counting on me, and they worry about me. Thoughtful words indeed, little one. Yeah, well, I get it now. I won't ever forgive you, but I shouldn't be the one who gets to punish you. That's what these guys are for. My mom, the prosecutor, people like that. Sean. Wow, you may be young, Sean, but you're way wiser than I'll ever be. Could at least consider trying to be better yourself, Kay. Very well. Then I suppose we'll be on our way. With me, young pup. On our way to where? Where else? To the prison. Our home. Our home? And with that, the case came to an end. A case that had dragged so many people into its orbit. But as for me, there was one last thing I had to do. April 8th, 2:54 PM. Committee for Prosecutor. Is this the. Oh, we're back in the committee again. Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence Chamber. I guess now we're going back to. Are we going back now to. Check out the. What do you call it? To check out the. Maybe we're gonna get our badge back? Is what I'm trying to say. Maybe that's what we're doing. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Edgeworth. What's the big idea, big guy? Want to tell us what we're doing here? Mr. Edgeworth. The request has been processed and approved. Your what now? I've asked for my prosecutor's badge to be reinstated. Your badge? What is the meaning of this? I'm returning it. From this day forth, I'm a prosecutor no longer. Still can't believe you did that for me. Certain men once said that to be an attorney is to be a defendant's most trusted ally, and that by believing in your client, truth will make itself known. That man's image has been forever burned into my memory. As strongly as the vision of my father fighting in the courtroom. Good old Gregory. But that's his and my father's path. Mine lies elsewhere. Mr. Edgeworth. My path is that of the prosecutor. It always was. Well, then I guess that's that. I'm sorry. No, I dig it. And besides, I can tell by that look in your eye that your mind's made up. It is? Alright then. Looks like our work together is diddly done. Just don't come crying to old Eddie if you change your mind. This club's now close to new members. I understand. Hey, Master? Care to tell me why, at least? How come you're so dead set on popping the old prosecutor's hat back on? You want to ask me something, Fender? You gonna keep fighting crime as a prosecutor, or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you've got a big decision ahead of you. One only you can answer. I've been thinking about that question ever since. About how I mean to live my life. Now that this case is over, I think I finally know the answer. I'm going to help people as a prosecutor. Can't you also do that as an attorney? Look at it this way. Simeon Sam is also a victim of sorts. He lost his only parent all those years ago, and with him his ability to believe in a just world. You know how that feels? To lose somebody so important to you. To lose faith in everything. To doubt everything and be utterly alone. To fight and fight and fight. All I can hope to do is to get every defendant declared guilty. So I make that my policy. But I was lucky. Somebody was kind enough to save me from myself. Phoenix? Oh, they didn't even flash towards it. It was Phoenix. Oh, I thought that we were going to do the only times we got to see Phoenix in this entire game was like 2 sections where we didn't even interact with them. When they just got like a small little like part with it, and it's like, aw. Mr. Saint had nobody. He had no faith in the law. He felt that seeking revenge himself was the only option. But I doubt even you imagine that the body double would ever go so far as to co-opt our country's police. No, I sure didn't. As long as Winner was around, no evidence was ever going to stand. Even nearly managed to ruin things this morning. Lagarde almost got away with it again. Want to help people like him. How do you plan on to do that? If you had been able to rely upon the law, none of this would have happened. Chairman Winner made a mockery of justice, and in doing so drove Mr. Saint away from seeking it. The law is only as good as its practitioners. It can be a shield that keeps the people safe from harm, or a sword wielded to wound them. Just one among many of the law's great contradictions. Say that again. Yeah, it's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect. One cannot solve such contradictions in the law without engaging with it. I don't think an attorney could have saved Mr. Saint. But a prosecutor, a custodian of the law, I think perhaps they could have. Plan to take up my badge again, confront those contradictions at every turn. Very Mazzarino, I like it. No, it won't be breezy though, right? Fighting the law itself? That's lawyering on hard mode. I understand that, but somebody has to do it, right? I'm right, I don't doubt that. And if it has to be anybody, it should be you. Laws are like people, I guess. They've both gotta grow and change, adapt or perish, am I right? You're gonna smash this, I just know it. After all, you're Gregory's boy through and through. If there's one thing that man did not know how to do, it's give up. Eyes on the prize and straight until sunset, that was his motto. You know what? I saw that same determination on your face the second you mentioned taking up prosecutoring. Again. You know what's really grown and changed? Hate to be a great big cheese ball, but you. I only wish your dad was here to see it. He'd be proud as all get out. Fender, thank you. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, if you're ready to begin, we can get the ceremony underway. Please. Alright, ceremony begin. By the power vested in me by the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, I, Verity Gavel, do hereby, in the sight of the almighty goddess, reinstate Miles Edgeworth as a servant of the law. Okay. Proof of my profession, however, I prefer to keep it in my pocket.
Alright, you're a prosecutor again.
Yep, there we go. Best use a vote a week, sir. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, got a scoop. Your pops is gonna want to know what his kid just signed up for the opposition a second time. Thank you again, Fender, for everything. Don't thank me yet. The next time you see me, it could be because of courtroom. And this face is a whole lot less roguishly charming when it's not on your side of the aisle. I would relish the opportunity to face an attorney trained by my father. Hope that day comes very soon. Alrighty, Fender out. Welcome back into the fold, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thank you, Judge Cavell. I owe you more than I can say. You do? You strove to right the wrongs of the committee from the inside. That must have been a lonely battle indeed. Not at all. I was never truly alone.
That's right, you had the goddess of justice on your side.
Thank you for teaching me that it's possible to fight in such a way. Contradictions within the committee are like those within the legal system itself. If we're unable to overcome them, the real truth will forever evade us. I have you to thank for that, and for setting me on this path. I hereby swear to confront the contradictions that afflict the law and to overcome them. I thank you for your commitment to that cause, as does the Almighty Goddess. I truly believe that such efforts are necessary in order for the law to grow and improve. I will look forward to seeing you in the courtroom again soon. As will I. Did not see the best of me when last I oversaw a trial. The next time will be different. I will show you what it means to serve justice with true impartiality. Judge Cavell, I don't mean to call your motivations into question. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. But, to my mind, the ideal judge is not wholly impartial. The ideal judge is human. Even in the courtroom, they laugh, they cry, they rage, they smile. Then when all is said and done, they pass in a judgment based on that very humanity. Not sure exactly how to put this, but perfection isn't always the loftiest of ideals, and it's certainly not the only thing to strive for. Forgive me, this is my opinion, nothing more. You are right, of course, there are other ways. Thank you for sharing your insights, Mr. Edgeworth. There's another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winner. Someone else was with me, someone other than the goddess.
Of course, Sean!
This clipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply having it near me gave me hope. No matter how hard things get, no matter how formidable one's opponents, when we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going, no matter how hard the road ahead. Mistakes have been made, but we must fix them, for Sean's sake more than anyone's. Like the mistakes made in this incident, in which his father died. So you see, there is something more important, even to me, than the words of the goddess. Though it may anger her to hear me say such things. So that was your secret weapon all along, the strength of your bond with your son. Perhaps you are right. Perhaps I should not strive for an unachievable perfection, but I must grow. As a servant of the law, and as a mother, that I believe above all else. See, it seems that we both have plenty still to learn. Indeed, we are neither of us perfect yet. Let us continue along with our chosen path, and continue to grow as we tread them, until we meet again. I will look forward to that day. May the goddess watch over you as you embark upon the next step of your journey. What's the tell our prosecutor? In doing so, I haven't found a new way forward, a new path to justice. And I'm determined to follow that path until it finally leads me to the truth. No matter how hard it might be, no matter what obstacles might arise. Woe betide anybody who stands in my way. For any, maybe whatever they may say, I will lift my shit up and shout objection. I think this is the credits, so I'll let the credits roll because there's always going to be stuff that plays in the credits and I don't want to go over the entire game. In case there's some extra content that plays during the credits. So, Chief, what kind of skip we looking to land ourselves next, huh? Did I teach you nothing, knucklehead? We're journalists, dang it. Leads are our stock in trade, our bread and butter. You don't just hand that stuff over, not even to your danged apprentice. Sorry, Chief. Guess I still got a bunch to learn, huh? Well, alright then. Gotta go track some down, at least myself. That's the spirit. You go get him, champ. Before you mosey on down the way, mind sharing what kind of leads them there leads might be? But, Chief, you... Come on now, I'm pretty much your editor, ain't I? Can't hold on to that can't hold on to the boss. Come on, Chief, that's cold. Yeah, I'm not gonna run over how I feel about the game and everything until after the credits roll because of these scenes that are gonna keep playing. I need to voice them, so... It's a nice little montage of all the stuff that happened leading up to the final case. My arm wound has yet to fully heal, even now. The bodyguard who inflicted it was a skillful practitioner indeed. I shan't be forgetting him in a hurry. Never mind that now. Time to return to the life of a simple ice cream seller. Although I have been thinking that perhaps crepes would be more my speed. Well, no rush. I'm sure there'll be time to ponder the matter before my next job comes in. They're dragging Casametta away. Sure, you might have knocked me on my butt, wise guy, but I ain't out for the count just yet. I'll be keeping my guard up and looking for an opening. We'll get out of this dump yet. Ain't that right, Teddy? The second the bell rings for the next round of escape shenanigans, we'll come out swinging. Till then, it's training, training, and more training. You want to know if I'm still planning on becoming an animal stylist? Sure, I'm still studying every single day. Still up to my elbows in mud. I guess it suits me better than being a newspaper salesman. I plan to make it my new career when I finally get out of here. What's that? Is my release a few more years away? No, because I helped warden the guard? Yeah. Yep. Why do you think I'm being so nice to all these stupid freaking animals? I don't care about the freaking license, I just want to get out of here. Why me? I was so shocked when I learned what Simeon had been up to this whole time. I trusted him. I was his boss. Still can't sit around being sad forever, I guess. The show must go on. Can't let the magic department and the ventriloquist department get the better of us. We'll light up that stage and blow away the competition, and all those awful memories with it. I must have gotten soft in my old age, haven't I? Yes, I have. 18 years ago, I saved a life, and that troublesome child is still keeping me busy to this day. Now, here we are, back in a cage. Well, we've had company soon, at least. Won't we, boy? Yes, our friend the pup. Things certainly won't be dull with him around. No, they won't. Hey, singing songs again. It's so weird because they're on the... What dessert shall we eat? Chocolate cake, sticky and sweet. Oh, so soft, fluffy and light. You'll be dreaming of it tonight. I'll always be waiting for you, Judy. And I'll come visit you every day. Just like you and Eddie did when I was here. You have so much to thank for, but most of all, the fact that I get to eat your delicious desserts again, Samson. And not just you, they gave me permission to keep providing sweet treats to everyone here. Guess spreading the gospel of candy making for all these years is paying off. Is that really all that it was? I got a Seribot notification to... That was the person who came into Strand. All things, just cheap viewer bots again. So annoying. Hello, sweeties. Fancy seeing you here. I owe you a great big thank you, you know. And dear old Greggy Pegleg too, of course. After all, it's thanks to all of you that I can eat Sammy Poople's sweets again. I'm even thinking of making a lovely medicine out of them. I'm going to call it Snacker's Delight. That makes your stomach so small you can only eat snacks. So you can get skinny as a tent peg and love every minute. I'm going to make a fortune. Man, I've met so many beautiful people now and drawn so many beautiful sketches. Lulu wasn't the biggest fan of my new work, though. She took one look at my sketchbook and hit me over the head with it. Bam, just like that. And, then she left. Guess that's one less beautiful person in my life now. So I've got a big decision ahead of me. Do I follow my art or follow my heart? By heart, I mean new girlfriend. You got that right.
Who's that Pokemon?
Oh, there's Fender and Bad. So Bad's, I guess, out of the... Bad's the Badinator. Seriously, though. Thanks for the assist today, good buddy. You want me to talk about IS-7? I'll talk all day. Sounds like that Edgeworth kid is doing good work. Yeah, Mazarino chose a different path from his old man in the end. A path that means we can't work together, but that won't stop me looking in on him from time to time. You've come pretty far yourself. Holy macaroni, a compliment from Big Bad Detective Bad. Am I dreaming? Well, flattery will get you everywhere, pal. If you ever need a little Fender magic, just say the word. Looks like they'll be letting me off for a little easier than I thought for what I did. Just because I told them I was kind of forced to do it. Ouch! Ain't no such thing as easy when it comes to crime, dang fool child. Sorry, Grandma. I still feel awful about it, of course. But I'm just so glad I get to stay out here with you. What's that? You think we should be getting back to work? I guess you're right. Can't keep the dead waiting. Science saves the day again, huh? Good thing I happen to be around, right? Even if I do have to jump right back on a plane again and go back to Europe. Well, this flying around is gonna get tiring. Still, it's a part of becoming a world-class forensic investigator. Guess I better get going. But then, if you ever need me, just say the word, okay? I'll come running, you know I will. There's Francisca. The greater one's father, the greater the pressure to be great. But Eustace Winner, was it? He has chosen his own path now, and he will be tested. Just as I was. Miles Edgeworth chose to live as a prosecutor over how his own father lived. That, too, is a valid answer to the question we've all had to wrestle with. I guess she did wrap up the smuggling ring stuff as well. She wrapped up all the smuggling ring stuff as well, I should say. My father hid a secret. Bore a burden. I could only have imagined. Thought only of my family name. You thought of so much more. You thought of our entire nation. I mean to carry on that legacy, to fulfill his last great wish. Even if our president was an imposter, even if the real president is long dead, even if it takes all my effort and all my men's effort, Shang-Fa will rise again. Can't wait for you to see it. Gave up on the whole the winner thing. Told everybody to stop calling me that. Because I didn't win. My dad did it all for me. I'm gonna start again from scratch. I won't let that he did ruin anything. And pretty soon I'll be better than him and better than Edgeworth, so watch out. Now, first order of business, get a new nickname. I do like the credits do like a little epilogue of every character, because you usually don't see them again. Well, it was eventful to say the least, but we got it done, and the movie's going down great. I think the murder stories in the gossip magazines might have helped. Big bad man emerges from big bad bull. Revealed true murder behind Shang-Fa President murder plot. Wait, is this a picture of you, Mr. Powers? But why? It's not so bad. After all, it'll make people come and see the movie, right? Yeah, I guess. Very much enjoyed the movie, Sean. It's nothing. It wasn't even a big part. The boy who befriended both Torosaurus and Gordy, they don't come any bigger than that. It was a role you were born to play. You think? Well, it would be cool to be in the sequel, I guess. Kinda like acting. Hey, can we pick something up before we head back? I want to get some lion lilies for my dad. Of course, and I will buy some too, for Emily. This is finally the end? Okay. April 8th, 4:17 PM, Prosecutor's Building, High Prosecutor's Office. It's been a busy few days, huh, sir? Unbelievably so. How did so many important cases all come along at once? There's never a dull moment when I'm around. Guess I'm just lucky that way. Wait, so all that stuff happened because of you? No, Gummy, how could you say that? And yet, I don't think the good detective is entirely wrong. Okay, what now? Will you be returning to your feeding practice? Yeah, good question. What? You're not sure? How can I put this? Guess I feel like I've been trying to follow in my father's footsteps this whole time, you know? Trying to become a great thief just like he was. Yadagarasu? Or Yadagarasu at least. But, watching how this all panned out for you, Mr. Edgeworth, got me thinking that maybe I need to get out from under his shadow and live my own life too. Just like how you decided not to do the whole attorney thing. It's time to make our own fate. She's right. After all, nothing thrives in the shade. I'm going to be my own hero. That sounds like an admirable plan. Indeed. I won't be giving up the name, though. It can't not be the Yadagarasu, right? Whatever name you pick, you'll always be Kay to us, Kay, and you'll always be a hero. Aw, thanks, Gummy. You'll always be my Gummy, too. You bet I will. I'll be doing my detective thing just as hard as always. So I'll be counting on you, sir. Yes, and I'll be counting on you too, detective. Just as I've been counting on you these last few days. You've helped us out too many times to mention. Your next seller review may come as a pleasant surprise. Wait, you mean... What's the matter? I'm saying I'll see to it that you get paid a little more, detective. You will? This is unbelievable, sir. No way! Go Gummy! It's like a dream come true. I can finally leave the instant noodle life behind. But don't think I'll be letting you rest on your laurels. Your work won't be getting any easier. Hope you understand that. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. I'll give you everything I got. Just you wait and see. Fender and Judge Cavell set me on a new path in life. Path on which I will face down every contradiction that the law has to present. A path at whose end lies the ultimate truth. But can I really do this? I'll need to give it some serious thought. Certainly won't be easy, nonetheless. Mr. Edgeworth, there was another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winner. Someone else was with me, someone other than the goddess. Gosh, Sean! This clipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply having it near me gave me hope. When we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going no matter how hard the road ahead. So that was your secret weapon all along. The strength of your bond with your son. Yeah, but it was no way that we were going to finish it yesterday, because, like, even if I kept going, like, we're already done, like, almost 2.5 hours on top of that. So we wouldn't have finished this, we wouldn't have probably finished this case yesterday, even if I did keep going. I almost forgot. What is it? I was trying to find out the members for my Yadagarasu team, right? Do vaguely remember something about that. Never even found a single one. We were going to be unstoppable in our quest to steal the truth. So much for that little pipe dream. You're kidding, right? You already have a team. Said they could solve any case the board cares to throw at it. Yeah, I guess I do. Prosecutor, the detective, and the great thief. Between the three of us, we can hunt down the truth. Put it in handcuffs and steal it once and for all. Can't help feeling a little sorry for the truth in that case. As long as the three of us stick together, we've got nothing to fear, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed, nothing at all. Pilot followed his own path, right to the end. And now I follow a path of my own making, too. But not alone, I have some colourful companions to help me. As long as they're beside me, I won't lose my way. It's a new path, and a new me. And I will be walking it as a prosecutor, not an attorney. My father's path and mine are different. But they're not as separate as they may seem. Though the routes differ, the destination is the same. Because, of course, both end at the truth. Yeah, there we go. Father and son, finally, like... Nice little ending there. That is the end of the video game. There is finishing case 5. New items unlocked in the gallery, which we will check out in a second, because apparently, that is the next trophy, so we will, do that. Obviously, we'll sync this up first. Because we have a lot to discuss, because we've just finished the game. We just need to get the last thing we have to do is just unlock everything in the gallery, which we've already done by playing the way that we did, so... yeah, we just have to do that, and then we're done, so, yeah, I guess I will, I'll probably take a quick break. I'll probably take a quick break first, and then we'll come back and talk about it, because I have a lot to discuss, and we have a lot of time. We have like 3.5 hours to talk about this game and go through all the other usual stuff, so I will take the break now, and then hopefully when we come back, we'll go and discuss it, because there's just a lot to things, so... And we have to go into the gallery anyway, because I'll probably explore that while I'll explore the gallery while I talk about the game. because there's stuff that I can talk about while I'm doing that. Welcome back, Frienzler. I'm about to go on a break for about a couple of minutes. We just finished the video game, so I will return then. I won't be like, hopefully it shouldn't be that long. We're gonna talk about the video game, because we've just finished it, so give me like, maybe like a couple minutes, like 5 minutes or something. Alright, that was probably way longer than 5 minutes. I didn't check the time, but it's fine. We are back. Hopefully for the last time, but we are back. Oh, great, I just... right as the ad was about to start as well. Okay. Alright, I've returned. Yes, you were also here. We just finished the video game, so I guess while we're doing other stuff, we can talk about it and things. So yeah, I have a good amount of time, about like 3.5 hours to talk about the video game, but I guess we should, you're about to hit the hay, but tuned in because it's been a while. Yeah, I mean, you said that you were going to be busy this week, I think it was. Hopefully it hasn't been too stressful. I think so. You told me that, I think the last thing you told me was that somebody collaborated. Oh, great. Ads. Alright, well, while the ads are going, I'll just go through some of the other stuff, because we do need to... Let me go through the gallery just to make sure everything's unlocked. We should have everything here. Yep, there we go. There we go, never mind. There's the platinum, and then there's the thing. I was like, wait a second, I don't have all the accolades, but it's like, no, we do. Should have waited until the thing happened, but still. Platinum, we just got the platinum, so... I thought we had to do something else to unlock it, but... Nope, there it is. There is the Platinum Trophy for Miles Edgeworth Ace Investigator. There we go. Our first platinum in almost 5 months is finished. I don't know what I want to do though. How do I want to talk about this game? Because this is handy that it's got a character compendium, so I can kind of go through every single character as I go. Like, everyone should be back now, I think. Ads are over. I believe ads are over. It's telling me that ads are over. We just got the platinum, so that's now... For everyone who just missed it, I just went into the gallery thinking that, like... I went into the gallery thinking something hadn't unlocked, and we ended up getting the platinum, so... There's our platinum trophy after... It took us over a month to get through this game. The track went good, yeah. I think you told me about the game... you told me about the track that you recorded it. And that somebody had done... Actually, you were sick? And then you recorded the track when you were better, and then you said that you thought it went really well. And I think you mentioned something about somebody else had done a collab of the track or something, like they'd done a thing for it. Or was that something else? So it's just, oh, they were going to. But you don't know now, honestly. Yeah, I mean, time's probably like passed maybe on that, but it's hard. It's hard to organize that stuff, but I wouldn't worry too much about it. I don't know where I want to start with this game. I mean, I want to look at all the things that are in here. I've got a lot of time, so it's not like I'm pressed for it. Let me just clear out all the things, because I have the OCD when it comes to these. I do like that they, this is one thing that I do like about this, where, when you're playing this game, it gives you you can always see it again if need be. Yeah, you can always do that again. You'll find something that will work for you. I think that's what makes it work. Like, that's, you know what you want to do, and so... If you're able to focus on doing that, just do that, and just enjoy making the music, and enjoy you know, if you do get a random, like, collaboration now and then, if you get some other thing, like, just, like, you know, take advantage of that as best as possible. And see where it turns out. These are all just illustrations, aren't they? So, these are things that I've already seen. So I might as well just clear out all these, because they're not going to give me anything new. These are just the illustration, like, things. I guess I can start with my overall thoughts of the game, though. I think this is easily... Well, not easily. It's the best Ace Attorney game, of all time. No case was bad. You know, graphics and music are always pretty consistent, so that's always, like, one thing. Some of the new gameplay mechanics were a little bit annoying, but nothing to a point where it was like, oh, it's ungodly, like, terrible. But the character and story work in this game is, like, unmatched, I would say, in terms of just, like, what they were able to do. So maybe some of the other games had a bit better gameplay stuff, or maybe some better music, but, like, the music is... The thing with these games is they often do use the same music. It's not necessarily a bad thing that they use the same music, because the music's always consistent. Oh, that's just them playing stuff. But yeah, it's nice to see that your track was able to work out, because that's always something that's... It's nice to see people that I know succeed in what they want to do. Somebody that I know, you know, you want to do some music stuff. Someone else that I know wants to make films. So they're trying to get into film school at the moment. So, I mean, I want to be able to say, like, hey, I know, you know, I know that person that directed this film. Like, I remember when they first started film school. Like, I'd love to be able to say something like that. I get to be the person that says, oh yeah, I remember when I remember back with Spotify when this guy made the Subway Chipotle song and it just blew up on social media. I wouldn't be able to say that. It's like, yeah, I got some funny stories about that guy. I remember him coming into my stream one day and telling me that he couldn't find his AirPod, and we ended up doing a clear exploration of the entire house looking for it, and it turned out it ended up being in the going down the drain. Like, I'm never gonna be able to forget that. Like, it's not something that you expect. Like, when someone's like, oh, what's something that you can, like, point out? It's like, yeah, we kind of, like, Sherlock Holmes the entire... You know, we needed the Bat computer, Sherlock Holmes, and Albert Einstein to try and figure out how this was solved. It's just one of these things that, like, you can't really, like, get that any other way outside of just meeting people through streaming. What else can I really do? So that's all those cleared out. So we've got character compendium, meaning characters. We've got character designs and so this will be like you're exhausted though. We've had a big week, so you're going to sleep. But yeah, have a good sleep. Don't stress out too much. And I mean, it's only going to get busier for you, right? Because you're in building and stuff. So because the summer weather is coming up soon, and that's a because the summer, you know, let me tell you here, like, in Australia, when it comes to, like, houses and stuff like that, it's always super, super busy in the summer. Like, no one wants to be outside in the winter building anything, so they leave a lot of stuff to summer projects, and it's like, It's just scorching heat, which is also just as bad. It's you and one other guy, and you've got 2 houses coming up. Ah, I see. Yeah. Because there's so many things that happen when it comes to building. It's an industry that never stops, really. So hopefully you're able to take it easy and just they're not ordinary houses either. Yeah. Oh, so it's condo late. Oh, those are, yeah, those can be. Yeah, not even talking about like just a normal house here. We're talking about like fancy houses, 3-story houses and stuff. Yeah, that does sound like it's very, very complicated.
Who's that Pokemon?
Yeah. Fun times. Fun times, but as they say, we can take it. Yeah. You can sing about building condos. You can make a song about building condos and, gonna be broke after this year. Yeah. Yeah. You're gonna have to take it easy. Keep working on those vocals so you can, get out of the hard labor business and compete in the music industry, I guess, would be the goal. I think what else I would say. Usually I break down every game the same way, which is also just weird. Like, graphically wise, nothing really changed. Like, it still looks good. They, the only things that changed graphically from the previous game were, some moving cutscenes and some, like, sound stuff. But outside of that, like, it's still the same backgrounds that look the same, like, the character models and some of the gameplay elements. You just wish you would not take on so much at a single time, but such is the trade and deadline. Yeah, that's the one other thing as well. It's like, it's hard enough to manage one contract, let alone if the company or someone just says, hey, we have like 4 or 5 contracts and we need them all completed around the same time, and then you need to remember, remember, like, were we doing it from this place or this place? And then this is, you know, wires become... That's how mistakes get made, you know? Like... Sometimes there is such thing as too much work to take on. But, hey, that's what you've got to do sometimes. Yeah, so music-wise, again... I would say the music is about the same as the previous games, as it always is. Alright, what's happening on this weekend, before you go? What is happening on the weekend? Oh, you're doing excavating? Yeah, that should be fun, at least. I wonder if you'll find anything. Sometimes people unearth things as they're doing excavating and things. Yeah, you're not working the body as much, you're just working the excavator. Yeah, you're working the hands, not working the body, but you can work on the voice while you're doing the excavating, because no one will be able to hear you over the machinery, right? So you just sing at the construction site. You can already have you can entertain everybody. Yeah. Wouldn't it be Sweet Home Canada, though? They look at me like, what the hell's that guy doing? entertaining the masses, passing the time by, you know, making it go by faster by entertaining myself, basically. Yeah, check out the small. And also, and it's like, oh, you like that Chipotle sauce so much? Check out the Subway rap that I did about the Chipotle sauce, like, and pass it around to everybody. Let them know that we need to get this man a lifetime supply of the Subway Chipotle sauce. Spread the word as far as possible. But yeah. Oh, it's super hot here. I mean, it's gonna start changing soon. Because of we're heading into, well, it's the new season already. We're already heading into spring. Like, I'm already noticing it's not as cold as it was, like, a week or about, like, 2 weeks ago. Because, like, 2-3 weeks ago, like, it was always constantly, like, you know, we were getting, like, 0-degree temperatures. And then now it's starting to be a little bit more warmer, but not to the point where it's just irritatingly. But then again, like, I don't know what's worse. Do you the heat, or, you know, when I say I have to deal with the cold, it's just cold temperature. When you have to deal with the cold, it's like cold temperatures, ice, snow, and all the other fun things that happen during North American winters. Like, I don't have to deal with any of that, but, like, I would never... I've always said I wanted to see snow, but I've never wanted to see snow to the point where it's like North America. So, like, even though I've managed the heat better, it's like, you know, I could not imagine what snow and ice and all that other stuff is like, and having, yeah, construction, yeah, for construction it would be terrible. Just slush puddles all over the place, rain, mud everywhere, like, yeah, it messy, everything just gets messed. You gotta be so careful as well, because especially in construction, just, you know, it's so much worse when it comes to construction in winter because of the elements. Just what else have I got? Oh right, you get the what is it? You get the there's a what is it? I can't remember what they call it in over there. I've seen it on the shows. It's like you get the mud, but like when you hit it, it's like ice. It's like mud, but it's like ice and mud combined together kind of thing, and it makes this. I can't remember what they call it. I've seen it on those like the Ice Road and, you know, those TV shows that they have. It's like a combination of ice and mud. I can't remember what they call it though. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. It's like hard mud and ice combined. It just sounds absolutely terrible that can happen. Yeah. What else can I go through with this? Yeah, graphic stuff is fine. Music stuff, outside of a few extra voice acting things. And when it snows, you and your partner have to shovel the... Yeah, exactly. Shoveling out the house. Being snowed in. Sometimes having to wait for the snowplows to come in and clear all the area away. And power outages. Yeah. That's what I said. I've never seen snow in person, but I could not imagine having to deal with snow in the winter. Gotta love it, the boss. I mean, that's like, you gotta at some point in time you get used to it. At some point in time you just get used to it where it's like, it's just another winter on the job. Like, moving on, just get it done. Just let it go because the cold never bothered you anyway, right? That's what you have to do. Sing like Elsa. There you go, that might work. They'd all just stare at you and just be like, yeah, that guy is a few tools loose of a tool belt or something. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, the kinds of things that I mentioned. No, I don't want you to slip off of the roof. That would be bad. Let it go. Whoa! And then superhero landing. That's the only thing that I can hope is like it would be a. You'd have a superhero landing at the end. And then all the creatures, all the winter creatures start coming out, and it's like a harmony. The birds and the rabbits and the thing, they're all like, yeah, there you go. It's just they start all. There you go. You gotta think of a big picture. Yeah, it's just Snow White. Yeah. I don't think if there's anything else I want to say with the thing. The birds fly you up and put you back on the roof. Yeah. I mean, that is also something that could just happen. If only. If only that actually could happen, but you just gotta believe, right? You just gotta believe. Just a bird, it's a plane. Nope, it's our co-worker. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Yeah, it was a fun chat. If you have to go, have a good sleep. Thanks for stopping by, thanks for the chats, and I will talk to you in some other time. Take care and sing responsibly on the work site. Just remember to don't want you to get into trouble for. Tomorrow, call a day for you, yeah. I mean, I think this is the transition period of the season, so it's going to at least get... Well, it'll get warmer for me, and it'll get warmer for... It'll get less warm for you, I guess, because it's heading towards the other season, so... Today was 30 Celsius, tomorrow's 10 cooler. Yeah, for me right now it's like 15 Celsius or something like that, so it's like... It's not too bad. It's manageable. 30 Celsius days for us are pretty normal when it gets to summer. Like, I've had I think the hottest I've had was a 46 Celsius. But again... Heat works a bit differently because of the humidity. Humidity makes it worse. Humidity can be worse, but then also, you know, winter is bad for the wind chill, you know? How It's cold, but then if the wind blowing makes it colder because it's wind chill. So at least you're getting somewhat sustainable temperatures again. What else do I have to say? Graphic-wise, I don't think anything changed outside of the thing. Music-wise, we already mentioned that. Gameplay-wise, I think there was a couple of things, like... Alright, take care. Thank you for stopping by, as always. Have a good sleep. Rest up those vocals, rest up the body, and take it easy the rest of your week. Or until I next see you. Hear from you, I should say. Let's see, any new gameplay stuff that I haven't mentioned? Because I know that there's some things I want to break down, but let me load up this real quick. Gameplay stuff. Most of the stuff was pretty much the same. Same controls, same evidence collecting, same, we did get the Little Thief thing a lot more often. I guess the one thing that changed with Little Thief compared to the previous games was, with Little Thief last time, we only were comparing, one scene with another scene, like, from the same thing. But this time we were comparing scenes from the past and the present, other scenes from photographs and things like that. I did like that they changed up the formula there. The new mechanic was Mind Chess, which basically whenever a character doesn't want to testify, you basically play chess in their head to destroy their pieces. I liked it at first because it was almost like you had to just wait for them to get angry and bide your time, but the timing based stuff was also really annoying. And that was pretty much the only, like, gameplay addition that I had. So that's maybe one weakness that I would have, is that I didn't like that nearly as much. There were a couple of other things about it as well, but, like, a lot of the stuff that happened in this game was very, very much based on, the characters and the story, which... we're going to go through and have a look at what some of these are in the first place, like character-wise, and then we'll go into the story, I guess, because, like, this is the compendium for all of the characters that existed, so, I mean, we'll use that later, but, like, obviously the music collection, obviously, so Ace Attorney Investigations, Prologue and Prologue Part 2, Initial Investigation 2009, Further Investigation 2009, Deduction, Crime Scene Contradictions, Logic, The Path of the Truth, Heart of the Investigation 2009, Confrontation Moderado 2009, Tricks and Gimmicks, Miles Edgeworth Objection 2009, Confrontation Allegro 2009, Truth and Rio 2009, Tricks and Baroque, Confrontation Presto 2009, because again, all these tracks build on the previous, like, track. Pursuit, Chase Down the Truth, Pursuit, Chase Down the Truth, no intro, Kay Faraday, Great Thief of the Truth, She's on Lang Lang, She Says, Edgar Noble Thief of the Night, Turnabout Airlines, Turnabout Airlines Part 2, Zinc LeBlanc, Time is Money, Chamomile 99, Accused Folk, Kidnapper, Turnabout, Prelude to Abduction, The Blue Badger March, Gatewater Land Theme Song, Kidnapper, Turnabout, Haunted House Tragedy, Kidnapper, Turnabout, Haunted House Tragedy, probably Part 2, Troublemaking Folk, Amusing Folk, Reminiscences, A Relation Built on Lies, Little Thief, Secret Weapon of the Noble, Courtroom Guardians of the Law, Turnabout Reminiscence, Terrible Bad, Truth and Never Sweet, Callista the U, Cold Laughter, Reminiscences, The KG8 Incident, Crisis of Fate, Dick Gumshoe, You Can Count on Me Sir, Turnabout Ablaze, Two Embassies, The Lands of Butterflies and Flowers, Reminiscences, Country Torn in 2, Cursus Albert, He Who Was Above the Law, Case Closed, A Brilliant Deduction, Ace Attorney Investigations, Triumphant Return 2009, One Prosecutor's Musings, We Will Meet Again, Dick Gumshoe, That's Detective Gumshoe, Pal, Triumphant Return, Francis Scream of Karma, Emma Sky, Turnabout Sisters 2005, Blue Badger, I Want to Protect You, Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Tokyo, Master Mask, Please Listen to Me, Suspense, Ace Attorney Investigations Collection, Confrontation Allegro 2009, Confrontation Presto 2009, Miles Edgeworth Objection 2009, Pursuit Chase and the Truth, and Pursuit Chase and the Truth, no intro. That's the main Wait, why is it separating them as in separate? I mean, I guess it's fine. There's actually less music? Interesting. There's less music in Ace Attorney 2 than there is in Ace Attorney 1. That's a bit surprising, but okay. The Ace Attorney 2 Prosecutor's Gambit Prologue, Initial Investigation 2011. Deduction, Crime Scene Truths, Tricks and Analyses, Mind Chess Opening Moves, Confrontation Moderato 2011, Miles Edgeworth Objection 2011, Truth Revealed 2011, Kendrick Turnabout, Further Investigation 2011, Eddie Fender Wisecracking Candle, Eustace Winner Winning Deductions, Confrontation Allegro 2011, Verity Gavel Goddess of Justice, Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence Stone Cold Justice, Melancholic Folk, Odd Folk, Little Thief's Secret Weapon Noble 2011, Hard Investigation 2011, Thief of the Guard, A Hug and Smooch is entirely Dave Rigueur, Bodied Harmacanus, The Sound of One's Assassination, Confrontation Presto 2011, Pursuit Uncover the Truth, Pursuit Uncover the Truth in your intro, Turnabout Legacy Part 2, Gregory Edgeworth, A Veteran's Attorney's Wisdom, Santon Tangaroa, Candied Happiness, Restless Folk, Reminiscences, The IS-7 Incident, Tricks and Breakthroughs, Duty Bound, Candied Dance, Carmelo Gusto, It's Flash of Taste, Turnabout Forsaken, Trial of Fate, Reminiscences, The Good With No Memories, Ties That Bind, Bonds of Faith and Trust, Turnabout the Ages, Sean Fenn, Bullheaded Teenager, Legendary Taurosaurus, Reminiscences, The Fall of the House of Lang, Mind Chess Endgame, uses Winning Independence, Republic of Shang-Fa, The Land of the Phoenix, Reminiscences, The SS5 Incident, Puppeteer of the Game, Case Closed, A Brief Calm, One Prosecutor's Musings, Each Person's Answer, Prosecutor's Gambit Triumphant Answer, Simple Folk, Very Big Circus, Shelley Declare, A Deadly Gentleman's Delight, and Larry Butts, When Something Smells, It's Usually Me. And then we have orchestral arrangements as well. So, Mini OST, Triumphant Return, Pursuit, Chase Down the Truth, Police Investigator Suites, Blue Badge. So these are just the orchestral versions of the music that we've already heard. Because it's like a mini OST. And then the 15th anniversary stuff as well. Triumphant Return, Miles Edgeworth. Oh, these are like live recordings as well. So live recordings of the music as well. And a 2019 concert version as well. That's also really nice that there's live versions of this music you can play. We'll let all the music play as it is anyway, because for the most part, again, graphics consistent all the way through both games. I don't think anything much changed in the second game outside of being able to watch videos playing for evidence, I think. Music-wise, I think the second game has some better music in it, but they're both pretty consistent. And gameplay-wise, pretty much mostly the same outside of a couple of things. So, the big meat and potatoes stuff is obviously the story and the characters. So, what I'll probably do is I'll go through all the characters via the compendium on here, and then we'll go through the story, because the story has its own overarching story, and also we'll go through each of the cases like I did before. I guess. Let's have a look at the character design and other illustrations that exist. So we've got design specs and special exhibits right now. So obviously Edgeworth from the... Why can't I move my... Oh, that's fine. So all the different Edgeworth... This stuff I do quite like, because it's always just special effects and art and stuff. I'm not sure what else I want to talk about. Like, I think we do the same thing we did last time. We discuss each character and how I felt about them, and then we go and break down the story of the case, each case, I guess. Obviously, Gumshoe. So some of these would be from the first game and the second game, because we haven't, because obviously Kay only appeared in the, it's always nice to see what other options they were going to go for with characters, like... That's Edgeworth and Gregory. There's, Sheena. Emma as well, which, again, some of the newer characters, it's fine, older characters, it's fine, but, like, the newer ones are the ones that are more interesting to me, usually. So there's different variations of Gavel, which obviously they went with, like, some of these other designs here had with a bigger chest. I noticed that. There's Eustace as well. Is that supposed to be... Oh, that's Eustace as well. That looks... That's what Eustace... This guy would have looked cooler than Eustace. I think they went with a better job with this one, just because he comes off more of a failure than this guy would. This guy looks like he'd be pretty cool, actually. He's got a Rubik's Cube there. Eddie as well. There's Eddie from the past. There's a swimsuit version of him as well, with him... okay. Edgeworth, obviously. That's the guy from the first case. You already got there. Then there's the two flight attendants. That's the art guy from the first game. Obviously Meekins and thing. That's the maid. And then Lucas as well. He looked a little bit more feminine here, actually. Bad. One of those looked very like looked like Solid Snake a bit. What else have we got? There's Callisto. Is that... This looks like Flame Wingman to me when I saw it. I guess it's supposed to be the Yatagarasu, but it looks like Flame Wingman. If anyone's familiar with GX. There's some more art for some of the drawn characters, obviously. I guess this is, these are the people that were involved in, the past case. Kay's father and stuff. Then there's Excelsior, not Excelsior, the President. I'm not sure what else I wanted to do, yeah. I've already covered the main three things, so I think the best way to cover how I feel about each case is go through all the characters and then all the story. Because there's nothing else to really talk about, like, I've already given my overall thoughts. I've gone through all the cases individually anyway, but it's like, I want to go through the main story, I want to go through the characters. Because that's where I think the big meat and potatoes is with this game. There's Bronco. Different backpack designs for... So some of these are at least... They tried to make him a little bit more muscular, I guess. Shelley the Killer, which would make sense because he'd obviously be... And there's Canis, of course. Rocco. It's also nice to see them in full view because you don't usually get to see a lot of the characters in their full view. And I guess there was designs for him to hold up a cake and stuff, which would have been actually kind of funny to have characters doing that. And the characters from the past and stuff. Then there's old and young Gusto, of course. Celsius, again, I think they did really good with them. And they have a few other more sinister versions as well. Probably because it would have been designed similar. Some of these look like Dr. Jorah. Now that I think about it. What else is there? That's the kid. And Taurosaurus, obviously. Simeon is the two different variations of the clown, obviously. Oh, these are also the, so different animations of, like, bending down, standing in all different directions, walking. Some of the, this looks like it was a... This case looks like it's a different one. And that's all the... What are the special exhibits, though? Oh, these are the cover art and stuff. So that's there's the cover art, obviously. That's, I guess, an alternative cover art. That might be maybe for the first game. That one there looks pretty cool as well. That's like... Oh, there's an actual comic? Edgeworth sleeping, he's dressing up in the thing, he's yelling at it. It's two different ways that they... It's two different ways that they go about their day. Gumshoe's in a sleeping bag. Poor guy. Yeah, this artwork is great. I love this art. It really, really pops for me. I just love seeing stuff like this. Like, anything with anime like this, it always looks great. It just looks like it's expertly drawn. I guess... I'm trying to think what else I want to do. I already gave my general thoughts. Graphics, music, yeah, I think we just go through just every character. We'll talk about each character and how I felt about them, and then we'll go through and just examine each case's story. And also, like, go over everything. I think that's what I did last time, so... Let's have a look at the compendium, right? I guess I can go through, we've already gone through and looked at these anyway. We've already gone through the first game anyway, but, so I guess now we have two different okay. So we have an investigation log, and we have the investigation look, and we have the confrontation look. And we can change the art style to see what they look like when they're 2D or not. Oh, there's a lot of animations. Every animation of, like, every way that they do something. All their different reactions based on each angle that they're in. That's a lot of stuff. And then if I change the art style, it's the same thing, where you just get to see the, all the different animation. I guess you know what we should do? We should probably, like, swap them over. Yeah, you know what we'll do? We'll swap everyone over to their chibi art style, because we've already seen all the other art styles, and we'll talk about them as we go. That might be better. Because I want to see what they look like in their HD, in their non-HD form. And there's some characters that obviously don't exist outside of the thing. So obviously Miles, I think Miles was an overall better character in this game. Obviously he's our main protag. There's not a lot to really talk about with Miles in the first place, just because he's the main protagonist. So I guess the one thing we can mention here is, like, we got to see more of the background story stuff than we did before. Gumshoe got a little bit more development as well in terms of his character. Especially in the last case. It was more so just the last case that he got the stuff for. Francisca, again, also got not a lot of development, but she was still investigating the smuggling ring during the game, and she was kind of just there to help out with what she was doing. Kay obviously got a lot of development as well, especially with us having to save her from being kidnapped. I will put this out there, I think the Kay rescuing attempt and figuring out that was probably better than the stuff that happened with Phoenix, with Maya. That might be controversial to say, but I think that they did a better job with doing the stuff with Kay than they did in previous stuff. And obviously, like, and then Lang, obviously, he was less of a role in this game as he was in the previous one, but he came back near the end. He came back near the end and was important for the case in the thing, but again, these two characters I've always liked playing since the thing. Sheena, we already knew about what she did in the previous game. We'll go through all these anyway with Portman. We've already gone through, and any characters we've already talked about in the previous stuff, I'm not going to worry about. I just want to see what any of the other... I want to see what these ended up looking like. I thought Maggie was in the case, but she wasn't, so... just the normal police officers as always as well. And then all the forensics people, they're pretty much like just the same sort of thing. I just want to see what the characters looked like when they weren't in 2D, in the normal way. So I've already seen them move around and do stuff. And it's not like I'm doing anything else, right? Because there's not really any other... There's not really anything else much to talk about, to be honest. And once we get into the other characters, we can break them down a little bit more. Because I have a lot to say about the characters and a lot to say about the story as well. Because the stories kind of relate to the characters. Just want to see what the other things look like. Might stop when it gets to the normal Ace Attorney game. Von Karma was in both. I mean, Von Karma, that was the other thing as well. They also did a thing in this game where they kind of, they didn't humanize Von Karma, Manfred I should say. They didn't humanize him, but they even played that into the fact that he was getting played by other people as well. So it's like he's still evil, but it's just really funny to me that they ended up going with how that went. And this is the 7 years ago Miles, of course. I did like that they changed up what they did there with those characters. I'm also not sure when I'm getting access to anybody else. Because Bad didn't have too much to deal with. That's another one as well. We only saw some character. Like, we saw Detective Bad in the third case. He was basically just, it was almost like he was being obstructed by Von Karma. He wasn't as well detailed as he was in the previous game, but that also would imply that stuff wasn't happening until that anyway, so. Didn't see the judge at all, I don't think, in the previous, in this game either. There's Lang is from 7 years ago. Why are these not highlighted, I'm wondering? Any other characters over here that I want to talk about? Steel Samurai wasn't in the game. Larry was in the game as well. He was there for just the case in the present for the third part. Again, he was his normal self, as always. Stuff with his girlfriend always going wrong, stuff with the art that he was doing, stuff with, how that whole thing. He was still the way that he normally would be. I don't think we saw Old Bag in the second game. Wondering where... Oh, I know what's happened. It's because I didn't select the, This is game 1, that's why. And then all the embassy guards. At least we get to listen to... No missile in the second case as well, I don't think. And these are all the... You can't change the... Actually, you know what? You can't change the art style here, so I probably don't even need to bother about looking at these, because we've already seen them. We've already seen these, so we don't need to see them a second time. Because the other ones we haven't necessarily seen. And there's something else left to talk about when it comes to this game. These are all just the different animations for them. And then obviously now we can start breaking down the other characters. As we find new ones. Because I already kind of went through Miles already. We'll go through each character and then we'll go through the story. Because it's like, this is at least a better way to do it than the previous time. I just wanted to see what all these other options were, because we had no need to check the confrontation stuff, we've already done that, so... There's him with the metal detector, him with the gas mask on. Now we get into the new characters. So, Gavel. I really liked that she had, like, constant progression throughout, the game. This game did something really good in terms of, like, a lot of characters outside of the main characters also got character progression moving forward into each case. And they did a very good job at how that was actually handled and how that was, sorted out, I should say. Gavel started at, like, case 2, we got introduced to her. It seemed like she was just going to be the normal prosecutor person. Case 3, in the present, it got turned up a little bit more because she knew about the committee committing, with the evidence, and she knew about the stuff with Von Karma. Case 4, she was adamantly on the side of Winner until it got to the point where she knew that she could expose Winner. And then case 5... She stepped away a little bit more from her judging duties and more so became part of the actual investigation, where she was on the opposite side and stuff was going wrong with her. And so you got this really clear, like, development of each version of her. And, you know, by the end, you found out about her with her son, you found out about the president stuff, you found out about how she connected with all those characters. Just very fantastically done. And the same thing can be said about Eustace, although to a lesser extent. It's more so that it took him until the 4th case. Well, it took him until the 5th case to basically get to the point where, well, in the 4th case it was hinted that his father was basically doing stuff, and in the 5th case he finally came out on his own and did his own thing. And so not as big a character development in terms of, compared to Gavel, but still, good as well. Eddie was also probably not as much character development as I thought he would have. It's more so just his connection to Miles and his connection to Gregory, and I would have liked if they explored him and Francisca a little bit more, because it would have been fun to see him trying to forgive Francisca, especially since she has the Von Karma name and she's also more like him, I guess. I'm a bit surprised they didn't go through that. Obviously we know about Gregory and stuff. He was more straight to the point, I guess, in terms of his detective work and stuff. I quite liked being able to play as Gregory in the previous stuff. We already talked about Lang, but he got a little bit more of a role in the... a little bit less of a role in this game compared to the other one. The President, he didn't get a massive role in terms of the acting department kind of thing. It was only the first case that he really got to do anything, and it turned out that that was the fake president. So the real president didn't really get any acting roles outside of a couple of things near the end. So it was very hard to get his character. I wish we got stuff like that, but I guess that was also explained as to why we didn't get that in the first place. And you know, the false president stuff was fine. He was fine. Knight was basically like your generic bodyguard, obviously. We got a little bit more with him. We did get the ocelot flipping of the revolver and stuff, which I quite liked that. He got a little bit more development in the last case, obviously being revealed to be one of the sons, and also doing stuff with Simeon and all the other characters as well. Tabby Lloyd, obviously she was basically just the same character as Lotta Hart, just a more energetic version, I guess, of her, but she was a fun character as well. We got to finally see Shelley the Killer outside of just him being a character in the one case. We actually got to see him doing a lot more things, and he was more active in the not just the first case, but he was there for the 4th and the 5th case. He ended up coming back and wanting to be the one that killed Simeon because of the stuff that happened there. It's a bit weird that Winston Payne's here. I mean, he was in the first game as well, but he didn't really have a big role, because again, he's not supposed to be there for anything to do with Edgeworth. He's more on Edgeworth's side rather than not on Edgeworth's side. The bodyguard people were fine for who they were, reacting and stuff. All the officer stuff as usual. What else have we got? Canis, again, fantastic actor. A fantastic character, I think I should say. I really liked the bond that he had with his dog. I liked how he was very cool, calm, and collected. I liked what they did with him in the final case, of him basically being an assassin that also saved a life, and then also had a more sympathetic side with him as well, and also came to the aid of him when he was going to be killed by the killer. And obviously his trusted dog as well, Helmet, who chased after everyone and stuff. Simeon at first seemed like he was just the normal, like, he didn't really have much going on with him in terms of the, not much going on with him in terms of his main case that he was involved in, but once he transformed into the Joker at the end, and had the mastermind plot going, I really liked his character. I liked his character not more so because of him, but more so because of what he was able to do. I love having a villain that's basically pulling the strings behind everything from the very beginning, and how they get found out and how that all happens. I think that is a fantastic, I think that's a fantastic way of doing things. Like, it's absolutely, like, just fantastic. And I guess we'll just wait and see what happens there. And we'll just wait and see what else could potentially occur. And also, we ended up going and actually, like, check what else there was that we can talk about. Why is my game lagging? Okay, never mind. It is lagging. What else is there I can talk about with this game? Yeah, Simeon we can get into a little bit more because we kind of had him there as well. Obviously, Casaretto, very funny character as well. We saw him escape. We saw him escape out of the prison, obviously, and ended up finding him again, and just basically a boxer in the thing. Fifi Lagarde, we got to see her a little bit more in the final case, and how she related to the rest of the stuff as well. Fun character as well. Again, I really loved the prison episode, I would say. Frank saw it from the first game as well. I think he was the very first person that killed. He was basically his usual self as well. Regina as well from the circus. Not in there as much as she was in the previous cases, but she was a fun character as well. And then obviously Missile, we did... Actually, no, we did get Missile in the second case. Never mind. The second case we got Missile. Obviously all the different other... Teddy the polar bear. I did like... Oh, there's a different colored version of him? I didn't know that there were different colored versions. That's actually kind of fun. That might have to do with the thing. Obviously, the other Regent, the tiger. There's a normal cat as well. The rabbit and the pony. Not sure what that means. The mini pig, the monkey. Oh, that's what it is. Oops. More guard stuff. I mean, once I get into the store, I think that's what I want to do. Once I get into the store, I want to check out these anyway, just to see what it was. That's the normal prisoner guy, which was just... He didn't really have that big of a role. Obviously, we already talked about Eddie before. This is like him from the 22 years ago section, of course. Him eating the paper. Sorrel Bad as well, who had... Just skip through these anyway. I know that I'm kind of skipping through the characters, but it's also just because they're gonna come in relating to the story, and as it is anyway. I'm not really sure if I have any other, like, things I want to really, like, super discuss. I did like that we actually ended up being able to, like, Samson didn't get as much development as he did in the previous case. We kind of just talked to him, and the initial introduction and stuff was always fantastic, which is why I liked Judy Bound as well. Like, her story about what she was doing by the end was also very tragic. When that came around, like, she had a very tragic story. Basically, like, unintentionally she caused what happened, but also, like, it's like the whole, like, two wrongs don't make a right kind of thing. And she basically, by getting Samson off, she got herself found out, I guess. Delicia, obviously, not being able to be a baker, but she was also a very fun character as well. Gusto, fantastic character. I really, really liked him. He... might be one of, if not the best villains in the entire series. Just complete and utter distaste for anything outside of his own enjoyment. He did a fantastic job in terms of what they were doing. It was just a very, very, very It was a very, very fun character. Obviously, all the stuff that happened in the past came off a whole lot differently than the future one. The past version was more so just talking about the stuff that was happening. The present version was so much worse. Like, he didn't care about his son. He didn't care that he's, he only cared about the culinary stuff. He only cared about all the other things. The way that everything was unraveled and how he took that was all very well done as well. We already talked about Larry. Ron and Desiree. I remember these characters from the previous, one of the previous games, but I can't remember which one it was exactly. The K is an amnesiac. Winner as well. This is another thing as well. Like, we're looking at potentially, in this game, 3 characters that could be on the level of, like, the best villains in Gusto, Simeon, and Excelsius. Excelsius was a great character as well, with how he was handling things. And also with what was going on with, the past cases and how he manipulated everything as well. I was expecting him to be the final villain, and it ended up being not the case. Then we got Hilda and Florence, who were fun characters as well. It looks like she's put her in a headlock here, but she hasn't. Emma came back as well, who didn't have nearly as much. I'm gonna put this out here now. Her avatar here looks better than her avatar in the thing. I don't know why it is. Maybe it's the pixel art. She didn't have as big of a role in this game as she did in the previous one. Well, it was around as the previous games, I should say, not the previous thing, but she kind of came back near the end, and then she helped us a lot with the 4th case. The Man in Black, obviously, the Shifu stuff. Lotta as well, just same character pretty much as Tabby, returning from the previous games as well. Penny wasn't as important in this case as she was in the previous one, I would say, that she was in. Same thing with Will. Will was sort of just there to do stuff with the Steel Samurai, I guess. And then Sean was also a very well done character. Obviously, he was coming out very bratty at first, and then we ended up getting the revelations with the stuff with his father and who his mother was and their connection. Very well done. And we also went through and talked about Simeon Saint beforehand. And what happened there. So, I think that's... Did I miss something? Oh, right. I gotta go through all these. We already went through all these anyway. We don't have to do it again. I think that's all for character-wise. Like, we've gone through all the accolades, we've gone through the photos and the other stuff we already had. We already got the trophy as well, the Platinum Trophy. What level? Does that put me at another level? No. See, you can see how much level it got. I was at, like, 25% level, and that Platinum only put me up, like, by 20%. So, because Platinum, trophy stuff only goes up so far. Unfortunately, but, that does it for... Yeah, I think that does it for character-wise. Obviously, we can discuss that when we get into the stories. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else. No, nothing graphics-wise. Nothing else. Yeah, nothing else really that I have to think about. Like, obviously, this is pretty cool to have as an in-general thing. The stuff with the accolades has always been good. Like, if you miss a trophy, like, let's go for something that requires a lot of things to do. For example, like, usually this, in the previous games, would have multiples. It gives you a full-on checklist of being like, this is where you need to be to find it. I've always liked these options. Obviously, all the photos, stuff in the compendium, as you can find them, is all... It's very much like quality of life stuff. What else do we want to go through? I guess I can go through title selection, and we'll go and discuss each story. One at a time, because... There's an overarching... Unlike the previous game, this game has an overarching story that goes through all the... Because I think what I did last time was I went through each episode, and then I looked through the characters, and then did the episode story itself. However, this game has overarching story from 1 through 5, and then 5 is the big culmination of everything. So I don't know if I should just do it overall in general story breakdown, or if I should do it, because, you know, if I go through the in general story, that's way different to the other, one. Also, it's getting dark, so I should probably, like, turn the light on, but, I guess because... See, I think with the original Investigations trilogy, with the original Investigations game, there was only the one... There wasn't an overarching story in the same way that there was previously. It was more so just like... Because I think the reason why I said that is because the first case... the first case was nothing to do with the thing, but this one, in this case, it was. Because they mention about, like, they didn't even mention in the synopsis here. So I think what we do is we go over the whole case. Because, yeah, the first case was this one. Second case was the prison stuff. Third case was the Gusto thing. Fourth case was, yeah, so I think this is even better. I have an actual in-general breakdown here, because this is definitely one game where they went through every case, from 1 through 5. I'm gonna turn the light on, actually, because it's like, I mean, I still have, like, a good amount of time. And stream will end early anyway, once I'm done. But I think that's what we'll do. We'll talk about... Previous game, I talked about, like, each character in each case, and then broke down the story. This one here is kind of an overarching story from beginning to end. Each story is important for telling the previous, important for the other one. And then we can go through the actual... we can probably go through the individual stories if I really, really wanted to, I guess. Maybe, actually, yeah, we'll do that. We'll go through each individual character story, each individual episodic story, and then we'll go through and just do an in-general breakdown, how it all tied together in the end, because... that's basically what the fifth case is. It's tying everything together. And also it gives me a better idea of how I feel about everything. But this game is definitely my favorite and the best Ace Attorney. I think that's why, is because every case has a significant play in the final case, and as an overall arcing of the story, like, every case. I think this is a first for the Ace Attorney series, where every single case has a major implication on the previous stuff, and the final case, which is, again, good for a story. So, yeah, let us talk about that some more. Yeah, we'll do that instead. We'll go through each episodic story, and then when we get to the final story, we will then go and go through the final case and the final lot of the story, and then we will probably wrap up stream, because I don't think there's anything else I want to discuss. I'm just extremely, like, happy with this game. They did such a fantastic job, and such a fun, it was just very, very fun. So, episode 1, should probably load it up on my computer, actually, because I can read it off while I'm doing something. And I can't think of any other things I would want to, like, talk about anyway, because it's just, I really, really, really... Wait, what? Let's just talk talk about the cases. Let's load it up one at a time. Because we're talking about just the story, so in that case, I think from what I remember I just went through the overall thing of the case, rather than going through each and every individual thing that happened. From what I remember anyway, I believe that's what I did. I just went to the end of every case and just explained how the entire thing happened, basically. So case 1 was the tutorial case, Turnabout Trigger, where we were trying to solve what looked to be the assassination attempt of the president, and finding out that it was actually all an act, and basically, he thought that by getting assassinated, it would reignite his popularity. Obviously, this now makes this case so much more interesting, because this is the fake president, so that now makes a whole lot more sense as to why he did that. And then Rook decided refused to participate in it, so he got the other one to help him out, Bronco Knight, instead. And basically, they were going to give it the impression that he'd been hit, and a staff member ended up approaching Tabby to make it look like something had happened, to get it in exchange for an interview. The assassination attempt went as planned. Obviously, they ushered him into the aeroplane, and basically, Wang ended up... Knight and Rook ended up getting into a fight because Knight was jealous of Rook's position and also the trust that he had, and so they were going to basically use that as a way to thing, and obviously that's when Shelley the Killer came around and did all that other stuff as well. In terms of this case though, like, I think this is definitely the best tutorial case. It's either the best or it's like second to Trials and Tribulations, I think it was called. I think that's what yeah, I think that's it's better to go through and I don't know, is it better for me to go through and just discuss... I can't remember what I did last time. Last time, I think I went through... because it's story stuff, so last time I know I went through the characters, and then I don't know if I went through the entirety of the case, like everything that was happening. I might have done that. That might be better. We can probably still do that, honestly. So basically, we got called to the presidential's area to solve the crime that was happening. It's a tutorial case, so obviously that's also what makes it a bit hard. I don't remember what I did. Did I cover the entire story, or did I just cover what happened in the game? Because I think it's better to cover just... because the final case is going to have the stuff that I did today, plus the entirety of this thing breaking down from one beginning to the other. Because we already went through each and every other thing as it was. And then that's when we did the mine chest stuff. And basically, figured out the recording and the placement of areas for stuff, and the bullet trajectory, and then basically started figuring out that there were inconsistencies with that, and stuff with the laser sight and where people were running from when the incident happened, and the photographs being inconsistent. That's another thing as well, like the red raincoat was also something that was in the first case, and also happened to be in the later case as well, so I guess that's also because of what happened with the thing. Gumshoe came back, obviously that's when they introduced Shelley the Killer, and then we had to do a whole bunch of stuff with the Killer to try and get him to start basically saying why he was there, and we accusing him of stuff, and figuring out what happened with those. I really don't know. Why am I overthinking this? Why am I overthinking everything? From what I remember, the only thing left that I had to do was... When it came to the story, it was just whatever was left that I finished that day, as well as... I looked at the characters for each case, which is what I've already done, and then I gave an overview of the... I don't remember if I read everything that happened in the thing or not. I don't think that I did. The reason I'm saying I don't think that I did is because we already kind of knew what happened and we already went through it. But I guess it's fine if I just do it here anyway. We have plenty of time. Then, once we corroborated all of our stuff with Tabby's pictures and all that, we basically proved that John Doe was involved. That's when the president's bodyguards came in. We found out that the president was alive, that Rook had been killed. And then Shelley the Killer exposed himself, ended up basically wanting the case to be solved, and then we got onto the plane. And we investigated everything on the plane, as we always normally do. And then he escaped. The killer escaped, and then left his calling card. And then the president came out. We had to interview him. We then found out that that wasn't the president at all. And that he was just pretending to do some stuff. And then we found out about the fake assassination attempt. And... basically, like, you know what, yeah, I think that's what we did. We went through the entirety of the... We didn't go through the entirety of the thing, because I'm starting to realize now that I'm repeating myself. So maybe that's just what's better. It's better to probably just read the actual synopsis of what actually happened versus what... Yeah, we'll do that instead. That's easier. Especially since it relates to the last case. So, next case was Turnabout, the captive Turnabout, which was set in the prison. Again, I really like prison episodes of shows. I like prison escapes. I've always liked that. I've liked prison, like, stuff for a long time. I've always liked how they do those, and this was no exception whatsoever. And basically what happened here was, Canis, the assassin, was sent to prison, and that also happened to be the same prison that Fifi the Guard was the warden for, and basically was extorting privileges from them, which obviously we found out why that was later. And then Lagarde was also doing the same thing, and basically Lagarde was trying to, was smuggling stuff in for Canis, but she was also intentionally trying to sabotage him so that things could happen with the way that she wanted to get stuff done. She ended up getting enough evidence, and she tried to draw people out, and that didn't end up working, and then she found a connection between Knight and Canis. She figured that there was, and she didn't, we actually ended up finding out later on that there was a connection between them both, but they were actually talking to somebody else instead of each other, and that was what was being manipulated as well. And basically she learned of the chisel being hidden away, and then killed Knight and hid him away. Actually, yeah, now I'm... You know what, yeah, fine. We're gonna go through everything, because, like, some of these things are actually also just, I just realized now, they also are very topsy-turvy as well, so... yeah. So the second case started, yeah, because I didn't have to go through the entirety of the cases, otherwise, the issue with going through the entirety of the, not going through the entirety of cases, like, it will just feel incomplete, and we're talking about the entire story of the case, so... There's always going to be those twists and turns. It's better for me to do it that way. I know I keep going back and forth, but... like, I think I'm looking at it like I already went through and gave an overview of all the stuff prior. I gave it to stuff prior, and that's probably why I'm just thinking in my head, like, I don't need to do it again. But it's an overarching story, so some things are going to be covered better than others, especially with it being, like, separate and... all that other stuff. We ended up going to the visitor's room and wanting to see Bronco Knight, finding out that he had been killed. And we had to basically examine everything that had gone wrong in that situation. And the murder weapon was missing. That's when we met up with Eddie for the first time. And he was very hostile to us at the start because of obviously the stuff with Von Karma. And him feeling like that we had betrayed his trust, basically. Finding out about how the animals... basically, it was like a... The prison itself was operating basically like... During their incarceration, each prisoner got a pet. And the pets didn't have to suffer with the census happening. We then got introduced to our first character, which was Rocco, obviously. He was the boxer guy. And basically we had to interrogate him to what he knew or what he didn't know. Then we got introduced to Gavel, who was part of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, which ended up... and also our replacement being Eustace, because we ended up being replaced because of what happened with the previous case. And then basically we ended up getting introduced again to Simeon, who was basically just his normal self that we'd seen in all the other sections as well. And then we got more information about, like, we were able to weasel our way back into the case because Eddie was able to convince everyone that we were part of his group. We met up with the warden, obviously. We then talked to more prisoners. Obviously, that's when we got introduced to Frank Sorwit, who we ended up basically exposing him for having a faulty collar on his person so he could get around a little bit differently. And also that he saw a dog biting at the body, which implied that he was thinking that they had done something. And he was innocent of murder, but he was planning to loot the body, and obviously, like, he would have gotten into trouble for what he was doing in the first place. Then we went to maximum security. We got introduced to Canis for the first time, really, as well. And basically got chased away by the dog, and we had to basically now start investigating how they got from the holding cell into the prison, which we then figured out that inside the holding cell was there was a hole, and it had been used for an escape. Then we got Shilong Lang again introduced, where he was investigating something from other cases, but that was actually not brought up until way later down the line. That was not introduced until later. Then we finally found out who Rocco used the guard's uniform to pretend to be a guard, and he got found out there, so he nearly escaped. And then we had to basically, like, rebuttal against Winner again, who was getting a lot of stuff wrong. We ended up finding the hidden compartment with the thing as well. And then we ended up figuring out that there was a circus going on at the same time that the prison was... Yeah, I think this is the better way to do it, isn't it? Yeah, I think this is the better way. So we've already gone through all the characters as it was, and then we go through what we did today, and we go through the... Yeah, I have an in-general story breakdown of everything, which can be part of the 5th case, but in terms of all the other cases, I would still go through and just discuss what happened. Because it's like, in general, like, oh, like episode 2 was this, where we did a whole bunch of things with what was going on with these characters. Then we had to investigate the circus in the yard, which is where we started doing the investigation from one thing to the other. And we got introduced to more characters that we'd seen in the past. Namely Regina and stuff. We ended up finding the missing prisoner. We used a whole bunch of Detective Gumshoe's 7 secret... I was hoping that they were going to introduce more of the 7 secret weapons, because I think we didn't get all 7 of them. That was when we found the hole in the cell leading into the holding cell. And that was when we basically figured out that one of the guards had, one of the prisoners had escaped. And then basically we had to try and get into talking with, we found the connection between Knight and Canis, or at least that's what we thought anyway. And where things were smuggled and where things were done. And then we basically were able to connect those two together. And also... trying to think what else. Any other things that I'm missing, like... I don't think there was anything else. And then that... Oh, that's right. Then we got Little V. Little V helped us. Why do I feel out of it right now? Like... I feel like when I'm talking about the story, I have to go through, like, the overarching story, which is the 5th case, but then there's stuff that happens within the 5th case I have to discuss. And then everything else... Yeah, so I think this is the best way. The best way is just go through everything that happened in each case to get the in-general story versus just... If I go over the synopsis, that's just what really happened, not what actually happened in terms of the story. Because I considered, like, the false things as part of the story as well. We examined the camera footage with Little V, which ended up showing that it wasn't a dog, but a bear instead, which I guess is why we saw the black polar bear thing. And then we ended up... that was when Rocco got uncovered by his pet, basically. And also where everyone was currently... who was currently not available at the time, in terms of those areas. And that was when his stuff was discovered. And also we ended up going and figuring out how he got out and what he was planning to do. And then we had to figure out at that point, like, what happened with Simeon and what happened with the pulley system and all that other stuff. Yeah, I think that's the best way. Just realized now, like, because I have an overall overview of the story here, but then Case 5 is essentially an overview of everything as it is, but then I've got to break down what happened in Case 5, and then there's also Case 1 through 4 have their own individual stories within the story, so I've got to try and break those down in the first place. I think that's what I did in the previous game, like because there wasn't an interconnecting story, there wasn't as much to say, so in this situation there was. It's just better to do it like this. Even though I've done it before, but still, I want to do something. And I feel like I'm just completely out of it. I don't know where I'm getting this incorrect and where I'm getting things wrong, but... I think that's what I did with all the other games, too. Like, once we got to the story section, it was like, well, there's the story for each case, because the knowing stories are one thing, and then the stories themselves are another, and then the overarching story is another. So we ended up having to stall our investigation because they made us wait. And then some stuff had been changed. That's when we had to uncover how the system was done, which we ended up putting that together with Little Feet, obviously. And how the police system worked and how that could have been used for other stuff. And also, like, the metal detector as well, coming in clutch near the end. Obviously, we ended up figuring out that there was something hidden away. And then, pretty much at that point, once we started arguing Gavel, we got it down to the point where the only other person who could have done anything was the warden, because they had access to certain things in the prison, and also different routes of how they would have been able to do things with the breaker room, and then how she had an accomplice for stuff, and what was happening with Canis, with her being threatened by him, which obviously we found out why that was happening in the last case. Yeah, this is much better to do. Yeah, much better to do. So, overarching Wikipedia story, each individual Ace Attorney case story and then the last case, which is like the culmination of everything, and yeah. This is much better! Because that way we don't miss out on anything, because there's stories within the story. And then she confesses about having, she confesses about the connection with Canis, about what she wanted to do there. And basically then we figured out that she hid the object within her own crocodile, and that's how that one was resolved. And there was nothing that really happened after the second case. We kind of just gave the chess set back to Simeon and about that. So that was case 2. Again, all these cases, to me, none of them were bad, and I think all of them were very consistent. Like, I don't think there was a bad case, and it's very hard to rank all 5 cases in terms of what I like, because some of them had better settings than others, but the other ones also just did really good with the storytelling, so it's just strange that all of them are on the same level, somehow. I did just quite like that. So, Turnabout Legacy is the 3rd case. Actually, was there anything else I wanted to discuss? Like, again, I already went through how I felt with the graphics. I felt like how I felt with the music. Characters we've gone through already. Story. So gameplay we've gone through, which, again, most of the time it doesn't change, but... the 3rd case is like a tale of 2, like the past and the present, I guess. So it goes in between the past and the present. Basically, we started out, anyone else? Yeah, the only thing graphically wise that would be different with each case is the characters, but that's all, and the settings, which have already discussed the settings as it was anyway. This is why it's so hard to review something for me, like, because music's always consistent. It doesn't really matter like which case it is. It's always consistent. Characters we've gone through. Gameplay, we've already gone through the majority of everything that gets introduced as it goes, with little feet and stuff. And then the graphics is just, like, the setting of the actual areas. Because, like, setting-wise, like, the first case is fine, but 2 and 3 for me were just great because of the prison segment and the segment here, so, with the cakes and stuff. So, basically, they were reminiscing about the past. It took us to 18 years ago where we started playing as Gregory Edgeworth, who with a younger Eddie. And this was Bacon Bop, where it was like basically a TV show, and there was a murder that took place in the contest venue, which was also the house. And we got to meet Judy and... so tired. Maybe I don't know what it is today. Like wrapping up these games is incredibly difficult. I'm not sure why I make it so hard on myself. Maybe it's because there's like, I don't know what it is. I feel out of it. I feel completely out of it. Something just doesn't feel right to me. I don't really know of anything else that I can... Yeah, music and gameplay is still the same, like... Graphics is still the same, like, I don't know, I think it's... Every time we finish a stream, every time I do a stream, I'm always recapping what we do. And then at the end of that stream, I recap like what happened in that stream. But then because when I finish a game, it's like, well, I have to go through everything, right? I gotta go through how it looks, how it sounds, like the gameplay. I think I've already done all that. There's nothing else really to discover. And then each individual character we kind of went through, and then the story, because this game has a full the last case being like every part of the story is relevant, then you've got an overview of that, and then you've got like each individual case. So I think I have to do a thing for each individual case, which is what I've been doing. But I just yeah, we made it to the mansion. Basically, did our investigation there. Found the obviously like this one had a lot of visuals to it as well. I would say because of the chocolate, the candy, the ice sculptures and stuff. We met up with Bad, obviously, and basically talked about what had happened in that situation and the temperatures, obviously, which came into play later because some things would melt, obviously. And then basically ended up finding out about Delicia doing stuff, and then that was when Von Karma got introduced. What is wrong with this? I don't know why it's today. I don't know. I don't know why. Like, we finished this game. And it's usually very easy to go over this, just... graphics, music, and gameplay is done. And then characters we've gone through. Maybe it's because what I did is like, before and every stream we would always recap everything. And so maybe it's because I feel like I'm repeating myself. But I feel like in this case we have to, because we're discussing the entire story. So the entire story, even though Case 5 wraps up everything, and there's a synopsis, it's like every case is important for me to go back. It's probably more important for me to go back to doing this anyway, because some cases will look a bit differently now than they would have before what we did in Case 5. So that's probably why I'm also doing this too. Is just overthinking everything again. And yeah, Von Karma got introduced, obviously. He refused to allow us to do stuff with Delicia. She ended up making a, like, cream and candy based area, which we were able to investigate as well. And basically, then Von Karma was just like, well, I'm not gonna allow for all this to happen, and do his usual things, which then ended up leading to us wanting to investigate Frost's area, which ended up being melted. Then we went back to the present day. I thought that they were just going to be doing, like, stuff in the past, and then just every now and then a scene in the present. No, we got a completely different new case as well. We got a completely different case. And basically where we were was where the thing had happened. There was an exhibit happening that is apparently bringing back some of the things from 18 years ago. And a very similar thing ended up happening there as well, and obviously that's when we went up with Larry. We saw that Carmelo ended up being gassed out, and that Larry was being accused of doing stuff. Judy ended up being the curator of the museum from as well, and basically, like, and Delicia was there as well, because she went and did her pharmacist stuff as usual. And then Kay and Detective Gumshoe came around, which obviously that means that they had to help out, and then it was basically like, how did the events of this happen the way that it did? And Larry, being his usual self, basically, like, says, oh, I saw what I saw in the wing, and he showed us a sketch of stuff. I feel like I'm gonna be enjoying this this break once I get this uploaded. Be able to just play some other games. I just feel very out of it right now, and I'm not sure what I want to do. I think it's just because I've gone over stuff like this before, but still, I don't feel like it, again, it's like what I said before, like, to be able to analyze the story correctly, I have to go through each individual case, because each individual case has its own story in it, and it's also going to change because of what we now know from the last case. And the last case is like a summarization of everything else, but then, yeah. Why is it also suddenly just super bright in here now? Then, basically, this is where we figured out the... we figured out how the gas was made. We figured out that... and then, but before we could even do anything like that, that was when Gavel and Winner ended up coming around and talking about how the gas was made, and then that's when Winner was getting stuff wrong again, obviously. And once we figured out how it was made, we then also ended up... getting into more arguments with what happened with Scone and who was getting accused of stuff there as well. Because Scone was a pharmacist, and obviously she would have had access to all of that other stuff. And how the glass case was broken, and who broke the glass case, and who set off the poison gas, obviously it being him. This is when we got into the area with... how the stuff looked the way that it did 18 years ago. That Scone was getting accused of stuff. And we ended up basically realizing that she was faking it. And then the only other person who had access to that stuff at the time would have been Judy. That's when we uncovered another dead body in the fountain. And then we had another flashback to 18 years ago section again, where basically Von Karma asserted his will, I guess, and wouldn't allow us to investigate until after certain things had happened. And then we started figuring out how a bunch of other parts happened. That's what we got. What else happened here? A lot of stuff here I don't remember, actually. It's weird. What else did we do? Yeah, that's like everyone else got kicked out. Then Gusto, all the stuff with Gusto ended up happening, and that was when we figured out that Frost wasn't actually Frost. It was Paul Halik, who was the sculptor, which obviously came into play later down the line, and the stuff with the camera, the photos being taken. Then we finally were allowed to investigate. This is where the past stuff, I think, finished. Or it's close, anyway. We had to go and visit Tangaroa, who wasn't holding up very well because all the food was bland. And basically, we did a little bit more about, like, we learned a lot. We learned about the disorder that he had where he couldn't taste salt. He was unable to taste salt, apparently. Which was... What else was there that I wanted to do? What I want to do. I know that I want to... It's just very, very... I don't know what's going on. Given the overview of the previous case, given the overview of that, then I have to do the thing here because it's related to the other stuff. It's like, why am I skipping over stuff? I don't remember what I did. That's the thing. This is always what happens to me. It's like I always overthink everything, and I don't remember what things I did the previous time. And like I always do the same thing with all the other games. Like when it comes to the story, it's usually always a recap of what happened in the story, and if there's anything that I want to add. So to recap the story of this game correctly, I have to go through each and every individual case to go back and see if anything changed. Then I've got to go through what I was able to finish today. Then I've got to go through what happened in the last case because that case overviews everything else. So it's like the only way to go through the story properly is via this. But why can't I just accept that? I don't know why. Is it because I forgot to do it in the previous one maybe? Or am I misremembering? I honestly don't know. I feel like I'm just talking to myself in terms of like just trying to understand why my mind is thinking this way. I don't know if it's because I'm tired, I don't know if it's because I'm... I don't know what it is. Oh, this is the... Right now I remember. This was the ace up our sleeve section, yeah, where they... well, that gets mentioned later. Because now we start investigating the... This is the past again. This is where we ended up finding out that the chocolate was should have been mixed in with the water. And also where we figured out what happened with the cookbook, where the cookbook was revealed to not be a cookbook, but it was actually a recipe to cure the disorder that ended up happening and stuff that was inherited. So that's where that came from. Then Von Karma was basically trying to discredit discredit what was happening, and that the inconsistencies with the tastings and why people were working together and why all that ended up happening. And this also relates to the case that we just finished as well, in that we were the family photo with Gusto and Frost ended up becoming very important for later on because that ended up coming into the last case. We now found out that Cabela Gusto's son is Sibian Saint, and that Artie Frost's son was Bronco Knight. Obviously, we didn't know this at the time, but obviously now that ended up coming into play too. We also ended up going and discussing basically like how that played into factors, and we confronted Von Karma about everything, about how there was forged evidence, which will come into play next. And basically, like, we tried to use the ace in the hole, which obviously ultimately ended up failing because we got to the end of the story. This is where it ties into the other incident from the previous case games. And we pretty much had enough evidence, but the trial ended up being overrun. Fake autopsy reports, faked other things that ended up coming into later, which obviously relates to the case from the previous game. The case in the previous game is also where that relates, is what I should say. And how it relates to thing as well. Also, obviously then we got all the evidence from the previous sections, and then we had to basically try and break down how all that was done. And the swapping of the tea, the ice getting smuggled out, the stuff with the cups, which obviously ended up playing into the thing where evidence was being smuggled. What was that for? And that leads into the final part where... What was that for? Oh, what's that? Wait. I'm completely out of this today. Like I apologize. I need to wrap up this game because it's a very long game to wrap up. And just figure out what I want to do because I usually always go over the story, which is what I said. It's like to go over the story correctly in this game is all the case stories individually, the final case, and then like a general overview of it. And then I think I've covered everything that I can think of anyway. Because I've already covered all the graphic stuff, the music stuff, the gameplay stuff, the character stuff. Then we ended up finding out how it was all made, how all the how the gas was created, who left the gas, who did all that other stuff, how the sculptures were moved, and how the tea was tasting different, how everything got moved. And ultimately, like, it came down to Judy, basically sabotaging, making the poison gas trap because she knew the person who would trigger the trap would be the person that committed the crime, initially, and, even though she tried to do that, it was a very tragic. So basically, to get Samson off, she committed a crime to do that. So that's why they've swapped roles, and then that's where it leads into Gusto's section, where he ended up coming back in, and that was also where Gavel started, mentioning about things, and Gusto revealing what happened, and. Why he opened it. Why can't I concentrate? Doing the exact same thing I do every other time. I don't get it. And it was the point where we had to... Basically, this is where Gusto's, like, villain form, I guess, came out, you would say. Which, again, was... This game, it's weird that three characters are competing for... Well, three characters are competing for, Three characters are competing for best overall villain, probably, and then, like, two of the characters, like Shelley the Killer and Canis, are just really fun characters. Like, they've done a really great job with the villains in this. Or the characters you're not supposed to like, I guess. They've done a very, very good job. This is where, basically, we figured out what happened with, Frost. And he was basically like interested in the book because of the him having the problem, which is why he ended up he tried to say that his son had the illness, but he had the illness, and pretty much like he also like we had two major like admittances of the crime here, basically. That in 18 years ago, there was a fight between Artie and himself because Frost didn't want to help him with the final. Frost himself wasn't an especially nice person in the first place, but still. And... I don't know what it is. I think it's because this is just a story-based game. Because it's a story-based game, And so there's not much, when I do recaps, I have to kind of recap the story because it's important for telling the thing with the case, but here it's... Probably because there's just so much. And so basically Gusto admits to everything that happened, and that he didn't want to frame Tangaroa, but it just kind of played out that way, and that he was basically going to, you know... and then basically, like, that he didn't care about, like, his son, and he only cared about, like, and the whole statute of limitations thing, and he didn't care about, you know, he only cared about making his stuff, I guess. I'm doing.
Who's that Pokemon?
I feel like I'm just skipping over stuff, but it's also because I've talked about it already, and it's like but I need to discuss it anyway. And so what basically happened in the third case was Gusto had a taste disorder that basically made it so he lost his sense of taste in general, not just his sense of tasting salt, and did one of the cookbook. He decided to collaborate with Artie because he was a sculptor. His son was the taste tester, and basically up until that point, until the finals, it was fine. But the problem is that he was using Gusto to ensure that his interests would taste good. So it was like both of them were opposites of each other. Gusto couldn't make things taste good, but Gusto couldn't taste anything, so he wouldn't know if it was any good or not. So it was like, Artie would construct everything, Gusto would make it taste good, and then his son would make sure it tasted good. That's basically what happened there. And he was going to sell the cookbook because he was Frost would spend too much money, and so he wanted the cookbook to sell. And that's basically what happened there. Is that another contribution? It is. Where does that put it, actually? Hang on 1 second. Because today's the last day that's gonna... Oh, it's... Yeah, today's the last day that actually gets redeemed, too. I forgot about those. Thank you for the Tomb Raider 1-3 Remastered Challenge redemption. Because that ends today, actually, doesn't it? Yeah. I just realized that myself. Because we finished this game, I can add the next game to the list, so I have to decide what that game is. I think my next game is actually going to be... What is my next game going to be? I think I said the next game would be... this added to the list. Because it's another crime-solving game with detective work, and I like doing these. But this one will at least have like actual voice cutscenes. It'll have, it won't just be me reading. So that could be interesting. I do need to play that. Thank you for the point contribution. Much appreciated. I know this isn't the greatest stream, but I have been trying to review this. How long have I been at this review? I'm actually curious now. I know I've been at this for a while. How long have I got the trophy... Geez, I've been at this for 2 hours. This has been a long time. I just realized granted I was talking as well with people, but still, I've been at this review for like 2 hours. It doesn't really matter anyway, because I wouldn't be streaming tonight anyway, but it just means that this video will take longer to upload, but it should still be fine, because it should still upload. Especially since I have to do trophy stuff. I guess we'll wait and see what happens. Because yeah, that'll be the last. Once we finish up today, that means I can replace whatever wins the poll. I can replace that with the next game. And then once Gusto lost his chance to win the book, he obviously ended up basically setting his sights on being able to. I think they got into an argument. Frost basically. Gusto only won because of attacking from behind, and then that was when they basically framed them for the murder. Unintentionally, kind of. And then obviously, all the stuff that happened with the initial murder took place, and once Gusto's plan was ruined, like, it would have basically just have played out like the way that it did. And then that's when all the stuff with Von Karma came out, with the forging of the evidence and the trial, and even though they had an ace in the hole, it didn't end up working out. Where is my notification thing going? Weird. And a lot of stuff ended up coming from this case as well, the third one. Edgeworth's father died, Sideman was dismissed from the force, Von Karma got his first strike, which again, we came to find out later on that this ended up being relevant to the main case as well, because it ended up being, and obviously, they never discovered who the real murderer was, and it was an unsolved case. And then, Gusto moved to Sheng Fa, which then made it so that the statute was not null and void in some situations, because they mentioned about that being the case as well. Wait, what is going on with this today? Just get it over with and then you'll be fine, I agree. Yeah, that's what I have to do. Overview the main case, overview today's progress, overview the last case, which relates to all these ones, and then also give an in general breakdown of each case as I felt about it. That's why is that so hard to grasp? I don't understand. And then obviously the 17-year gap stuff changed, where Judy became an actor to end up buying the mansion again, set up a trap to be able to get him to trigger that, and that's pretty much how that played out. And then obviously the end of that case resulted in Judy being having to stand trial, which we saw at the end of the game. Eddie basically doing what he was doing, and then we straight up just accused Gavel of knowing what happened, which we learned later on that she did know what happened. And then we didn't actually get to, and then we also got like Eddie doing the stuff with Gregory as well. I think that's case 3 finished. Oh, I forgot that that existed, the montage one. Thank you for the emotes. Hope you're doing well today. Thank you for stopping by. Hope all is well. We're wrapping up this game. I'm just overthinking things. Like, we have the Platinum Trophy finished, we finished the story, we got the credits, we got to, we went through all the extra stuff with all the the art, which was pretty cool, all the stuff with the music. All good fun. All good fun, but now I'm just overthinking myself. I don't know why I'm doing that. We do have a platinum. We did get the platinum, which I'm very happy with. And then we go back to Switch games. We have several Switch games to play, which won't be as intensive. So I'm looking forward to going back to those. Gotta finish Princess Peach off, which will probably not take too long, but I might spend a stream or two on that. Then we have the next case. Turnabout Forsaken, which was basically, we were about to have our trial for getting our badge removed or not, and we ended up getting interrupted by the nurse who ended up bringing Kay back with a bunch of evidence, and she lost her memory because amnesia has to be in every single video game. It's just the way that it is. Amnesia has to be in every single video game. And pretty much, like, we couldn't really get much out of her. We just know that it's Kay. They tried to say that there was a victim whose name was Kay, which obviously doesn't make any sense because there was not two Kays. We tried to investigate the area. Obviously, Francisca was there to help us do that because originally we weren't able to because they were basically not allowing us to do so. And we found that it wasn't Kay because she had the notebook, and the notebook belonged to the real Kay, obviously. And then we basically got interrupted immediately by Gavel and Winner again because, of course, like, that's just always what happens. That's always what happens in all the cases from case 2 onwards because of, just because of story circumstances. And pretty much, after that all got resolved, Excelsius came in, who's the chairman of, and basically the former chief prosecutor, Eustace's father, and the chairman of the prosecutorial evidence committee. So basically Gavel's boss. And we pretty much ended up like saying that we were going to oppose them and removed our badge and basically abandoned it, and then Kay ran away. We had to go looking for her, and we found her. We ended up realizing that she was a bit inconsistent with her understanding. It was like two different things. And then we ended up finding out that there was the you don't think you can play detective games, you would lose track of the evidence. Well, the good thing about these games is, like, it keeps track of all the evidence for you. Like, you get the evidence on hand and you can examine it whenever you want to. This is more of a visual novel, so it's a little bit harder, but, like, Assassin's Creed has, like, some detective sections, you know? And the Sherlock Holmes game is third person, so open world third person, so I guess you can look around. It's a lot easier. I do like them. I think it's just because I've spoken about this before. I like detective stuff. I like prison escape things. I like heist related content. I like planning, you know, like planning a heist or planning a prison escape, or like seeing how like someone plans something and how it can be unraveled with this happening, and whodunit detective stuff where you can go 3 different ways and someone could have been doing something else. I've always liked, I think it's because my mind just thinks, maybe my mind just thinks differently to, someone might think like keeping track of everything is very difficult, but this game does a good job of hinting at things, and it's not like you get a game over immediately when you get something wrong, which I think is a good sign, because you don't want to have an instant game over. You don't want to feel like you've failed. They give you a number of opportunities. I can't really explain it. It's just how my mind has always worked. I just like these kinds of things. I tried to explain, like, I don't have a good explanation. If someone asks me, why do you like prison escapes, or why do you like detective stuff, it's like, it just feels right to my mind to question things, to give logical answers, to think through things, which is weird, because as a kid, I was the complete opposite. Like, I remember my parents having to teach me about stop, think, and do, because I would often just do things spontaneously, or do things without thinking about the possible consequences, and I guess I had to learn that, and so now my mind likes to read through things multiple times, likes to analyze something, likes to be descriptive, even if it involves a straight answer. So in some ways it can be a problem, but in other ways it's not. It's part of the spectrum for me. It's part of the autism spectrum. It's why it's what makes and defines who I am. I can't explain it any other way. And I think that's important in general for people to just do things the way that it feels most natural to you, and yeah. I don't really know of any other way to, like, put it. And in some ways, like, doing streaming, it allows me to, like, try and put myself out there in a way that, like, are there other people that think this way? Are there other people that have this logical thinking mindset? Are there other people that, like, understand what I'm saying but have an easier way of simplifying it? No, I'm not saying that it's a problem. I like the way that I think about these things because it allows me to be who I am. I don't want to change that. Like, I'm not going to change that, of course. I think for a while I was more concerned about how other people would feel rather than just doing what I wanted to do and then letting people just appreciate what it is. But that's a problem with that. A lot of things, with a lot of things that can happen. What else happened in this case? Then we finally found the. I liked this part in the game. We found the underground storeroom, which was an auction house for evidence, which is kind of hilarious. They have an entire, like, auction going on for past evidence, not just from cases on this game, cases on the previous game, and cases of the previous games. I love that they did that. It brought back a lot of memories from the past, and basically we ended up figuring out that there was a giant auction happening. Lotta was there. We ended up she exposed to her scoop, basically. There was a ringleader of the auction, and, like, basically people were going in to the area, putting a mask on, going down the elevator, bidding on items, and then coming back out and doing the thing for rinse and repeat is basically what happened, which is why we had the red raincoat and we had the other parts going. Then we finally got to use luminol, which took forever, but that's one thing I think I can say about these games that I don't like as much as the others, is the gameplay stuff, like where you do the testing for luminol and the fingerprinting. That used to be in every single case. It's got good and bad qualities to it. It's good that you get more gameplay options, but it's bad in the sense of, like, you're kind of just... I think I felt that way with... there's certain patterns that this game has. Like, you're waiting for the mind chest segment. You're waiting for certain characters to pop up and do something. Like, in the older games, you're waiting for Gumshoe to come out and have his make a mistake. You're waiting for certain things of evidence to come into play. So, much like Persona, these games have patterns that always are followed. And this game is no exception to that. Like, you're waiting for the luminol testing, you're waiting for the fingerprinting, you're waiting for Eustace to come in and interrupt and get the evidence wrong, you're waiting for Gumshoe to come through and have some sort of evidence for you. Because usually it's the opposite. Usually when you're playing as Phoenix, Gumshoe's the first person who's getting cross-examination. And he always has something that's slightly wrong. But here we get a different version of Gumshoe because he's on your side, basically. Which I do quite appreciate. Then we had to basically... Francisco was getting the stuff with the bloodstain wrong. And we ended up having to argue with Gavel and thing. And then we ended up getting to the point where we all got caught. We all got caught by them, and then we got thrown into prison, which might actually be which is my favorite part of this game. My favorite part of this game is either one, the Gusto stuff near the end of the third case. Two would be the detention center section where Excelsius is basically just admitting to everything that he's done, and you can't do anything about it because it's just like you and him talking. And three would be... oh, there's a few. Even like Judy's stuff from the third case where she admits to what happened. Gavel's like stuff with her son. There's a lot of very, very good storytelling points in this game. I can't pick a favorite though, because it's like you go from like absolute peak villainy to like peak storytelling with like emotional moments and stuff. It's very hard to pick very hard to pick one particular moment that like stands out to me as just fantastic. But so I remember when I first played, like, the detention center section that we're about to go through, that was almost like rock bottom, we have no evidence, we're potentially going to get tried, everyone else is still, it's hopeless what everyone else is doing, Winner basically just admitting to him that everything was faked, and that he was calling the shots, and that everything was planned, and that Kay was intentionally, evidence was planted, and all that good stuff. But yeah, we do have our 163rd, I think it is? 163rd platinum? Yeah. 163 platinums, for this game. Oh, for me anyway. Maybe we'll get a couple more, maybe one more, by the end of the year. I'm not entirely sure. I do like me some platinum trophies. It is, it's good to finally get one after nearly 5 months. I haven't asked how you were doing today, Philip. I hope that everything's good, though. I've been just sitting here just talking, but I also just like discussing how I feel about the game, so hope that you've been good. Especially since it's like reverse time zones. And then basically after that we had to have our well, it was a combination of things. It was supposed to be our trial and also like the evidence of the stuff, and then Excelsius wanted it to be, well, Gavel wanted it not to be about that, but then Excelsius was like, oh, humor him, let him do that, thinking that we didn't have anything, and then it turned out she was playing him from the start, which again, another fantastic moment that they did that. it basically got to a point where, just as it looked like we were about to finish, she then went onto our side and basically just cast him under suspicion, which I did quite enjoy. I forgot to... Let me take my headphones off so I'm not, like, looking constantly at my ears are a bit sore. It's a fine day today. Feels colder today than it did the last couple of days, but we'll be okay. Be okay. And I need a stretch, so. At least I'll be able to upload the video today, get all the Switch games sorted out, and figure out what we're going to do after that, because you like the passion for it? Yeah. I mean, this is my favorite game of the series, I think. I just like talking. I feel like I like talking to myself, but then when you're streaming, it's like you're not just talking to yourself, you're talking to a bunch of people as well. It's not necessarily just my passion for it, it's more so just like, I really like, I need to break this game down so I can fully grasp how fun it actually was. It's just very fun. I do quite like the, it. Especially since this is also just really bittersweet for me as well, that like, this is technically the last game, because Capcom haven't announced a new one yet. I'm hoping that they announce a new Ace Attorney, maybe later this month. Or maybe they do the Ace Attorney and Professor Layton crossover. I would love that as well. I just don't... It's very bittersweet, because it's the last game. All the rest of the games had trilogies, like, well, we had two duologies and two trilogies, so... And this is like the second set of games that I played on stream, and it's just... It's very bittersweet, but it's also like... It's good to be able to play these games and just finish them and move on to the next one as well. What else happened? Then basically this is where we figured out that the plushie that was in the first case ended up being a hidden voice recorder, which ended up recording one of the characters' voices, and that was how we basically exposed ended up exposing Excelsius, and they tried to pin it on us further, and then we ended up getting... Basically, the nurse ended up being the co-conspirator, had them dress up as one of the people. So what happened was the victim ended up being one of the... in there, she knew about what happened with Excelsius. Excelsius already knew about it, and so he planned for her murder, and then had the nurse dress up as her so that she could, it would look like she was leaving. And it's an extremely complicated case. The fifth case is even more complicated than this one, because we went... What did we solve in the fifth case? The fifth case we solved. Case 2, we got the guard found guilty, as well as exposed her in the stuff that happened to the president 12 years ago. We solved the fourth case, which had Excelsius also involved in said stuff with the president, as long with the stuff that happened in this case. We solved the culprit of and the mastermind behind the fifth case, as well as every other case, pulling the strings from that point. We also solved two kidnapping cases, and everything else in between. That's where I would normally insert a partridge in a pear tree. which is basically what ended up happening there. Francisca turned up, helped us out with Gumshoe, and also basically then that ended up exposing a little bit more for Excelsius, where we couldn't find the auctioneer's hammer, which we never found, by the way. We never found that at all. I'm assuming that it got destroyed. And then we had to basically expose... Eustace figured out the truth, and basically, like, he started insulting his own son, and basically said the only reason all these things happened was because I paid for your tuition and paid people off to basically allow you to be thing, which obviously came back to bite him later on, because in the 5th case, Eustace came back, stood up to his father, and ultimately put him away for the crimes that he had committed. So, there's a good character development there. And again, I was expecting this to be the end case, and it was not. In fact, it was just the stuff. It was just the beginning. So I'm impressed that they were able to not only tell a story of how they took down, like, the law people, but also that they were able to also that they were somehow able to take down Gusto, who, 2 cases in one, basically. The law and the president, and the mastermind behind everything from case 1 through case 5, and a bunch of other things as well. This is why I think it can only... This has to be... If someone wanted to play an Ace Attorney game, I feel like this is the one that they have to play from beginning to end. Because it's the only one that I can think off the top of my head that truly has connections to every single case from beginning to end. Because some games only have, like, slight connections. This game has connections for everything, and it's all significant. And it has the potentially best tutorial case as well. And when people buy this game, it has 2 games in one, so technically you are getting 2 games for the one. But this game is well worth the price of both games. Absolutely. So basically, we exposed Excelsius' corruption. He was responsible for stuff that happened 18 years ago, which involved the previous case. He was the one that gave Von Karma basically his first strike, and only strike that ended up happening with him as well. He also ended up... why is this, like, not scrolling? Please, thank you. Scroll that up. There we go. A lot of stuff was involved. Forfeiting of evidence, and corruption, and tampering, and disposal of evidence, destroying evidence, forging evidence, hosting an illegal auction of evidence, like just auctioning evidence off, for no real reason apart from just making money. Just making money through an evidence auction that nobody knew about somehow, because it was all exposed outside of a couple of things. Characters knowing how, like, knowing plans ahead of time and forwarding those plans with no one even noticing. Like, it's that kind of stuff that just really works out incredibly well. And then once they obviously, like, figured out the stuff with Kay and trying to sabotage what happened there, hiding the costumes away, hiding the evidence, and figuring out from there. And that still wasn't the end as well. We ended up basically reuniting kind of with Gavel, figured out what happened with the relationship between Ringer and a cameraman who was investigating the black market auctions, which will come up in the last case. Again, another connection for this game. Eustace is still missing, which we found out what happened with him later. Francisca's basically wrapped up her trial. And then, we basically figured out that, like, the prosecutor for one of the cases was supposed to be around. They're not around anymore. The defense was killed, and so now we have to try and piece together some other things. We gave Kay her notebook back, and then we figured out that Kay was having events of 2 different points. She thought it was 1 point, but it was actually 2 different points, and that was when we got the call from Shelley, the killer from the first case, who ended up basically wanting us to help resolve the final case, which he ended up coming back later again anyway, but yeah, it was really, really good. Final case. We're finally on the final case. Turnabout for the ages. Is it the best case of an Ace Attorney game? I don't think so, but it would be close. It's so hard to rank all the cases. I know that there are people that have ranked all the cases for the games. I don't know if I would be able to rank all the cases. It would be pretty difficult. Especially since they're like, this case wraps up everything from the previous 5, but this game is consistent, so it's like all 5 of these cases would be pretty high up in terms of how I would rank them. But I guess we can get into Turnabout for the Ages, because this is the last game that we didn't actually do a full, like, breakdown for. I think I've got everything else sorted, though. I don't know if I have anything else I want to talk about outside of this case, because this has a lot of stuff to talk about. And we haven't got much else in terms of gameplay at all. Characters we've already gone through, and I'm already kind of talking about them anyway, but basically the last case starts out right as the previous case ended. And also notice as well, the filming was happening previously as well. So there was a film happening, we found the body of the president, who we ended up finding out wasn't the president anyway. Lang was there. It looked like he'd been trampled on by Torosaurus, which was like a Godzilla ripoff that looked like a giant bull. We also got reunited with several characters from the third case of the first game, I think it was. We also, I didn't talk about the trophies either. Obviously, the trophies here were probably one of the easier. I mean, all of the Ace Attorney games have easy trophies, but this one had heaps of easy. Like you could probably do this without a guide, I would say, absolutely. What else do I want to talk about with this game? This is the last case. I don't think I have anything else that I wanted to say. Graphics we've already gone through. Music, same thing. Gameplay is fine. Characters are fine. Story is the last thing. This is the last story. And then we have an overview, and then I can wrap up things here and be done for today. Because I didn't realize I've been talking for 2 hours. It's been almost 2.5 hours since we got the Plat. Actually, no, it has been 2.5 hours. It's been 2.5 hours since I got the Platinum Trophy, and here I am still chatting away. I know it's my stream. I can do whatever I want on my stream. But I don't know. I feel very passionate about this game. And I'm going to stick around for as long as I possibly can, because it's my last Ace Attorney, at least until they announce the new one, or until they give me the crossover. Yeah, because this case took place basically right after the previous one, we ended up going and figuring out that there was connections already from past cases, and also because we were investigating the president who yeah. Then Lang accused Gavelle because he saw her on the camera, which ended up being just a meeting later on, which we figured that out. Every part of this case, I would say as well, like, always ended in a certain way. Like, the first part of this case ended with, basically, like, we got introduced to Sean, who was the star of the movie. He ran away and then got kidnapped. Gumshoe ended up coming back. He kind of felt bad that we resigned, and so he didn't end up doing that. And then it got revealed that Lang ended up taking responsibility for aiding and abetting a criminal, which is what happened in the previous, the end case of the previous game. And so that was why his team was disbanded. And then we got shot right to the first of our crime-solving sections, where we had to solve the crime of... well, we had to try and resolve the Case 2 crime, because in this game, we're the prosecutor, not the defense attorney. So usually what would happen in the other games is a crime happens, Phoenix is the defense attorney, we go to the courtroom and do everything there, and then we have investigation points in between. Because we're the prosecutor, we're usually the person who's on the scene first, and so we're investigating the scene, and then we go to the court. But in this case, we didn't really go to the court in the games. We ended up only going there for this actual instance here, where basically, because Eustace was missing and because Rosa Ringer had died, Francisca and Eddie had to take over the role for Fifi's case in this from the second part. And Gavelle basically stalled the verdict for a couple of hours so we could start investigating, which we obviously went on to. We tried looking for Eustace. We ended up finding Simeon and Regina, who were just there, which also I guess is would kind of be a spoiler, the fact that Simeon and Regina just appeared in that particular situation. Like, why were they there? So maybe that's another obvious, like, maybe that's an obvious tell there too that people had. I wasn't really thinking about it at the time, but now it makes a bit more sense. This is another reason why I like doing these recaps, is because it just, like, it gives me an overview of, like, did I miss something? And this is something where I probably missed it, where, like, why was Simeon relevant here? Why did he get a profile? You know, why was he here, outside of just advertising the circus? And it's like, well, that's why, because he was involved. He was involved with everything. Basically, we learned that, Verity found out that Wang had died. We then got the connection that Verity and, Sean, initially, which, again, I'm glad they didn't go with it, initially it came out that Gavelle was, Sean's mother, which would not have worked if they didn't change it the way that they did, because I cannot imagine them trying to convince people that child pregnancy would exist in this game. Like, Verity was 26, Sean was 13. It would have implied that she would have been impregnated at 12 years old, which thankfully did not end up becoming the case. It actually ended up being that Sean was adopted by Gavelle, whose cousin was the one who had the child with the president instead. So they, but when it first happened, it was like, wait, this actually happened. They're going to go with this role. It would have been ballsy for them to do it, but it would have probably also gotten them in trouble, considering, like, considering the fact that they censor wine, and they call it grape juice or whatever. For a game that censors grape juice to suddenly be like, let's just drop a child pregnancy, that would have been, insanity. Absolute insanity, if I'd ever say so myself. I'm glad they didn't go that route. Instead, they went the route of, Gavelle being the adoptive mother, which also played into the orphanage and the adoption stuff with other things later. She gave us her phone, and said that she would stall for longer. And while we were investigating, we then ended up being contacted by the kidnapper. We also ended up figuring out that Sean was kidnapped by and we thought we found where he was, and it turned out that the taxi driver drove us to Winner's house, and we found Eustace tied up in the thing as well, which was just another segment where I wasn't expecting that to be the case. I don't know what they were planning with that, but again, we got another mind chess matchup where basically Eustace was breaking down completely. He wanted to be good for his father, and we got him out of it, basically offered him aid, and he ran it off again, but he found a new sense of self and was able to eventually confront his father and put him away for what he had done. Especially since his father didn't show him any appreciation. We ended up back in the storeroom where we found more evidence. This time the evidence was connecting Fifi and Knight together. Knight and Canis, as well as it was connecting. It was evidence that of connecting Lagarde and Winner together, but it was regarding Knight and Canis. So that was what I was trying to say there. And then as we finished investigating there, Shelley the Killer was there. He basically said that he didn't kill the president, that the contract had expired, and that he'd been given a false target, so he's now looking for the person who gave him that, which then would be the mastermind, who then we got a phone call from as well, who ended up basically admitting that he killed Rosie, that he kidnapped Kay to draw us in, that he'd done all the other things, but he didn't mention who it was, because obviously we also found out that there was the Yetagarasu pin was bugged by them as well, which obviously ended up leading to some other issues and problems that occurred, and obviously led us into the next part as well. So that was also very interesting, that now not only were we being stumped by what was going on, but we were also being stumped by just who ended up like we were being played this whole time, in terms of like the people would have been listening in the whole time. They were listening in the whole time. They were also doing a few other things, and it was just like, yeah, we're getting stumped at the moment. Then more investigation happened. I don't know why my light keeps going on and off. It's clearly dark outside, or it's getting darker outside. Gumshoe then basically said he gave up his badge because he didn't want to do it without us, and also about all the other overhearing stuff. We then figured out that the garbage disposal comes at a certain time, which then would have been what picked up Sean, and then we would have basically discovered that, we would have basically figured out, Kay and Gumshoe figured out where Sean was, so they went to go and do that, while we went to go and resolve the case in the previous case in the courtroom, where this is where we knocked out 2 cases in one. And this is only halfway through the case, so it's amazing that we got halfway through and still things. So Excelsius was on the stand, basically said we didn't have any evidence. That's when Eustace finally arrived, confronted his father, had the evidence bundled up from the garbage that he explored. We had the evidence of the gloves having the oil and the concrete and stuff on them as well. And finally, after like all this effort of thing, we finally connected them both together, and they both ended up being found. Excelsius and Fifi ended up both being found guilty of their crimes, basically. And then Lang came in, disrupted that proceeding, and then basically said that he's come to see Gavel because of the SS5 incident, and also that's when the reinvestigation part for that ended up occurring. Just so much things happened in this one case, and I as I said, we solved 2 murder cases, the mastermind, 2 kidnappings, and also another killing from the past as well. So this might be in contention. You know what? I'm gonna put this out. I think this might be the best case of the series. I'd have to really think about it. It's hard. It's the case that solves the most, but is it the best case? Like, 'cause I really liked Spirit of Justice. Spirit of Justice final case had everything in it as well, and you got to have some really good moments in the courtroom with, like, I think there's more things that happen in the courtroom. I think the courtroom setting gives you a little bit more tension, I guess. Then we basically ended up asking around what happened with Sean. And then Lang was trying to say that Sean had done it, and that why certain things weren't the way that they were, and like we ended up finding out eventually that like we basically discovered that the monsters weren't real. Like, Gordy ended up being a camera stand with a cover over it, which is why it looked like it was real. And then we ended up figuring out that we saw Wang on the footage, which was weird because why would he have been there if it wasn't the case? And then we figured out what the bouquet of flowers was for. We figured out that there was a connection between Kay and Sean with the sedative that was used, so obviously that related to the mastermind as well. And we then went to reinvestigate the 12 years ago case where the president had been kidnapped with the ransom demand as well, which they didn't really cover that. They didn't really explain that, to be honest. In terms of, like, who made the ransom demand, who ended up doing all of that. I really don't think that they explained that too well. And I thought that maybe they would have, because obviously they got Fifi for that, but it was, like, where did the money go? And what happened there? Like, that was one thing I just realized now that they didn't really explain. Then we finally got the case file that we needed, which involved the journalist dying, and we also got the indication of the what the big building was before it was the big building, which was the Happy Family Orphanage, which was also owned by things. So they went into another direction, like another direction. So just more and more and more things. We got the recording that looked like he was recording the kidnapping himself, and then that ended up being exposed. Fake evidence here as well, like who was involved in the kidnapping and what ended up happening there, and falsified pictures, and once we finally organized the scene back together the way it was supposed to be, we figured out that the it had been forged, that there had been swapped images, that there had been evidence that was destroyed once again, and pretty much ended up figuring out that there was a bit of evidence that Lang had left behind. Actually, we kind of already went through this, didn't we? Yeah, we did. The photo ended up, the children's photo, which we ended up realizing that the fire was started by a child at the orphanage, who also ended up painting a picture, or drawing a picture of what had happened, and it had a picture of Canis, and it had a picture of the president there, which I thought was a little bit suspicious as well, but that didn't end up coming up with anything either. Then Gavel ended up having a thing played back, which ended up being from Amelie, who we ended up finding out that Amelie was the cousin of Gavel, who ended up mothering a child with the president. That was Sean, as I mentioned before. And Wang had never seen his child, so he was going to go and do that. However, they were interrupted by, obviously, the fact that there was a thing. Now we finally get into what we did today. Oh, no, actually, no, we don't. We get into what we did yesterday. We're still doing that. Never mind, we're not finished. I'm still going. I don't know why. It's been almost 3 hours. I feel better now than I did before. I think it's because I have my mind clear and my mind straight. But it doesn't really matter anyway, to be honest. Like, if I get this video uploaded today, it's fine. I'm just gonna upload the video, and then tomorrow we'll be back to normal gameplay. We'll actually be able to play something instead of just me reading all the time. It'll be a cleanup of Princess Peach Showtime, so I think that's just what it is. I have more clarity of mind now, to where once I finish this stuff, I know what I need to do next. So I'm perfectly like fine with that. Obviously, after that, that was when we figured out that Canis was here. Why this was happening. This is also when we figured out that there was a doppelganger, a body double president. So the real president ended up being killed here. The fake president ended up murdering the freelance photographer, because what had happened was the body double had hired Canis to kill the real president so that he could usurp the current president. And then Canis ended up being... they were going to betray Canis, however... the kid from the orphanage, which we ended up figuring out was Simeon, helped him out so that he could escape, so that they couldn't do anything there. And, yeah, basically that ended up happening there. Then, Canis ended up basically explaining what happened with the president constantly having murder attempts on him, and how they were bribed, and also about the young pup that helped him, who ended up being Simeon, obviously, that we ended up uncovering yesterday's stream. And once that was figured out, Canis basically mentioned about, like, the 2 boys that were trapped in the car. One of them ended up being Bronco Knight, and the other one ended up being Simeon, who lost their memories of the event because they'd been in the freezing car for too long. I'm not sure how much sense that makes, but okay, we'll just go with it. And then once Canis figured out who it was, he basically, fled to go and deal with loose ends, I guess. We also then figured out that the correspondence chess game was not between Knight and Canis, but instead it was between Knight and Simeon and Canis, who he was basically playing off against each other, and doing stuff there. So there was a middleman in terms of that. And then that was basically what happened. Like, Simeon was the one who sent... who tricked Excelsius into believing that there was a connection, so pretty much Simeon was never responsible outside of the death that we found out today for any of the other... He was responsible for every single event, but he wasn't responsible for any of the killings outside of the one that we ended up exposing him for in the case, the current case. So he was basically pulling the strings and was the mastermind behind everything, manipulating everybody, the president, the chairman, assassins, all sorts of things. It was just very, very, very well done. Amazing case. An amazing case of events and just things turning out. Like, we're finally getting into the stuff now that I can actually talk about with this stream, and then we can... and then we also figured out the stuff with the monster as well, that the monster wasn't, the monster was not, the Taurosaurus, it was in fact the hot air balloon, which again, this is where we ended up having to confront Simeon, which is basically what we did today. We confronted Simeon at first. He was basically his own self, and then he entered into his Joker era, where Yeah, he's the Joker now. Simeon is the Joker, and he was still at the point of... Well, we needed Emma to show us some evidence with Lang. Once we got that, it was kind of coming undone, but not quite. And then we showed him the diagrams for the chess stuff. And basically, around this point was where he pretty much just admitted to doing everything, but they didn't have anything solid on him as to how they could have solved it. And just like he's the mastermind, he saw the president being assassinated, he was the one that was interrogated by the guard, he ran away, he fled to the circus because they kept following him, Simeon kidnapped Sean so that there would be a guilty verdict even if the evidence disappeared. And basically he wanted to exact his revenge on everyone that did anything wrong with him. But it was just so well done. I can't explain it like in such a way. Like I loved that they did that. That like he pulled, like for 12 years, this character was manipulating so many events. And yet he was not directly involved, and nobody even knew that he was like directly like sort of doing things. And like telling Rosie about the illegal auction so that she would confront Winner, but then also telling Winner about the other things, but then also doing some other part of the fantastic storytelling, like fantastic storytelling with this game. And then also, like, the reveal that the recording gets cut off because you can switch the bug off whenever he wants to, so we thought we didn't have him there. And then, where did the gunfire come from? Why was there a gun being shot? And then we found the bullet hole on the bottom of the thing. And then trying to pin the murder on people, and then we finally get that final bit of testimony, you know, and we get the reference to Edgeworth's father, we get the reference to thing, like everyone, you know, the turnabout basically, as they always call it in these games, because, you know, turnabout being like taking the situation, just turning it completely around in the only way that these characters can, because, yeah, and then obviously it was revealed that the hot air balloon was what crushed the president. And also the stuff with Carmelo Gusto being responsible, and obviously Simeon not realizing that, and just that Gusto and Simeon both had the same, like they always say like father like son, but it's like this situation was like he just. It was just so well done. I can't praise this game enough. And it was like Gumshoe coming in clutch right near the end, you know, the bouquet finally being brought up. The stuff near the end as well, like the killer going to kill Simeon, only for Canis to come and just... You have the assassin stare-off, basically, where he forgives him, and, like, the killer escapes. So that's also something that also is weird, that, like, we've now got the killer just on the run. He's not a thing anymore. And then, like, Canis doing what he's doing, and... forgiving, like, Sean forgiving Canis for what happened. Canis offering for Sean to kill him, and then just, like... It's like a turnabout for multiple characters, you know? Like, I can't think of another case that's like this. Canis turned around on his killing ways. Shelley the Killer decided not to do it. Sean turned around. Gavel turned around. Eustace turned around. We turned the case around, like... I think the fact that I'm speaking so passionately about this case means that it has to be the best one of the series. And I know that I said this about, like, other cases in the past, but, like, I think this case might be... Like, my second runner-up might be the final one in Spirit of Justice. Like, I think I should just, I think this case might be the best one. I know, maybe I'm just... I don't know. I don't know. We're finally at the overview, though. We're finally finished. Almost. Because this is where everything ties together, right? All 5 cases tie together in this one case. Obviously, we already know about how they were all connected together, so I guess we can go through the... So basically what happened is on the final day of the contest, both of Gusto and Frost's sons were trapped in the car, and then they were eventually found by Canis, who saved them both, and he brought them to an orphanage, and then 7 years later he returned to the same orphanage to assassinate the real President Wang, who had been hired by Winner, Lagarde, and the body double. And Wang ended up not meeting his son. He ended up killing him, and that was what dislodged the horns. All down, ended up seeing the crime taking place. He was killed. His girlfriend was on the phone. She ended up being killed later on. And then basically they were going to kill Canis. Canis ended up being saved by Simeon, who ended up deciding to repay him for saving him. And then obviously Lang and the police force ended up going and doing what they were doing there as well. And investigating what happened. The drawing as well, how that was connected. Simeon being interrogated by the guard, obviously, and him having to run away because he was waiting for his father to arrive, who never came because his father went off and basically disowned him to become a pastry chef. Ran away from the orphanage. He left behind the horn of the doll, and basically he started losing trust in other people. And then over the 12 years, he started regaining more and more memories, and he believed that his father was Artie Frost, when in fact he was not, and got those confused. And then obviously he would pass the letters in between them both and do the stuff there. And they were both just playing the same person instead. And he was basically getting revenge on the guard and revenging his father in that way. And then, like, the fake assassination was also something that he was planning to do with Bastion, because he ended up revisiting him and saying about what ended up happening there. Winner getting involved to do stuff. Once the guard was out of the way, Simeon started working on Winner, who ended up basically, like, getting manipulated into doing stuff with the big building and doing the auctioning off, where they ended up doing that too. He knew that Winner would kill Ringer, so he decided to manipulate those events, and finally, like, set that plan in motion, and essentially, like, now had to then himself deal with the fake president, whom he dealt with via crushing him with the balloon, and he basically held the body in the warehouse, and then also brought the body to the film lot and disposed of it there. And then obviously, again, he expected Miles to find them not guilty, find Excelsior's guilty, figure out that the fake Wang's body was the film lot, and also do all the other sections there as well. However, the problem that they had was that Excelsior had the same plan to kidnap Sean, but they ended up certain things. The wrong henchman, they kidnapped the wrong person because they kidnapped Eustace instead. And then finally, when we were able to gain access to all the incident files, that was basically how we could uncover the truth behind what happened to the real president, what happened to All Down, what happened with Canis, and more so that Simeon had not directly killed anybody or even ordered any of the murders. He just simply pushed everyone in the right direction to get them to do that, and then they did the rest of the stuff themselves. So he gave them subtle clues, and just like, again, he would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for the pollen on the body double's clothes, which ended up being attached to the hot air balloon. He would have gotten away with it if that had happened, and that is, it's just absolutely amazing case. I think the reason this worked so well compared to the others is, like, you knew that you were taking down the head of the law. You knew you were taking down certain people. In this case, you were taking down the law, the president, and you didn't even know who the mastermind was, and the mastermind themselves had one error that undone everything, but they technically didn't do any of the other crimes. Outside of killing the president, they just pushed people in a certain direction to allow them to accomplish their own desires, I guess is the best way to put it. And so, obviously, that came to a conclusion. And we ended up getting our prosecutor's badge back, and then that's when the credits rolled, where, I mean, I guess I can go through what happened in the credits, because that also is important as well. Just amazing storytelling. Gambit credits. And then we could finally, like, get out of here and stuff, because I mean, I'd be finishing up soon anyway, but still, just, I'm very, very much amazed by this game. And this case alone. I can't wait to talk to more people about it, because do I have the list of closing credits? Here we go. Yeah, we'll go through the closing credits, and then we'll go and, things. So, just to wrap things up, because, I've already spoken in depth about this case so much, and I loved it. I loved everything about this case. And I don't really know how else to really feel, like, it's like what I said before, like, I guess in terms of the credits, though, like, the main things to take away, like, Tabby and Lotta were basically in competition with each other, but then Lotta wanted scoop information from, them. Shelly the Killer ended up basically, like, waiting for his new, job. Well, instead of selling ice cream, he was going to run a crepe shop instead. Rocco wants to train more for another prison escape. Frank Sorwit ended up basically realizing that his prison sentence got extended because he was an accomplice and gave up on his dream because he didn't really want to do that. Regina wants to still just wants to put the arrest behind her and do more of the circus stuff. Canis is talking about how he saved the child 18 years ago and that they would be able to see each other. Samson and Judy singing in the visitors' room, very, very nice they did that. That was nice that they were able to tackle that. I did quite love that. Also, what else happened? Delicia ended up basically saying she was going to make new diet drugs to use for making sweets. Larry, talking about losing his girlfriend, because of his drawings. Bad and Fender talking about Edgeworth's decision and how they wouldn't be able to work together anymore and stuff. Florence and her grandmother basically, like, talking about how they got off the stuff. Emma talking about going back to Europe to become a forensic scientist, obviously. Francisca saying about how Eustace's legacy is very similar to her own, how she has to overcome that, and he has to do that as well. Lang talking about how he'd imagined the truth that his father would never, you know, think it. Eustace finally just saying he would stop using his username and going from there. Willpower and Penny just talking about the different monsters and stuff, and then Verity and Sean talking about like talking about them going to honor their the father's memory by doing stuff there as well. So it was very, very touching. I think I've finally gone through everything. I know I've rambled and ranted and raved and carried on with this, but I have so many things that are just so positive about this game, and like, it's so bittersweet to end the game here and not knowing that if there's going to be more Ace Attorney games. I would love for there to be another Ace Attorney title. I would love for there to be a more games in the future. It's just very hard to know about whether they actually want to go ahead and do it or not, because I don't know. So yeah, I don't know what else to really say. Like, obviously I've gone through all the graphic stuff, the music stuff, the characters, the story, and a lot longer than I expected. Almost 3.5 hours. I actually didn't even think that was more like 3 hours, I would say, because I was chatting for like half an hour or so. But yeah, I think that wraps up everything. Like, I don't really know if I have anything else to talk about. I obviously went through all the stuff. Obviously, we got our full Platinum Trophy, we got all the press statements, we got all the other stuff done. And yeah, obviously, in terms of the rest of this week, tomorrow, if we do stream, will be Prince of Peach Showtime, which we might continue that on a couple of other streams as well. Saturday or Sunday will be Persona 5 Strikers with Allison. The other day will be a day off. Monday will be Rivals, new season, new character, new map. And then Tuesday through Friday, more Switch games. Hopefully. So we'll just see how that all goes and hope for the best. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I really want to talk about with this game. I don't think so. Characters already done. Story already done. Which we did a full wrap-up. I guess, was there anything on the story here that I missed? I don't think so. Because that kind of skips over that. Anything else that I missed? Anything else here? I don't think so. We already went through that already. No, nothing else really. Okay. I don't think there's anything else that I need to discuss that I can think off the top of my head. So I've already gone through the graphic style, already gone through the story, already gone through the characters, already gone through the music, and gone through the gameplay aspects. So there's only one more thing left to do, and that is wrap everything up now so that I don't have to, you know, maybe I can get this uploaded a bit sooner. Maybe I can do some other things. Because I'm about halfway through the notes at the moment for thing, and I'm still working on those, which just have been taking a while. So yeah, this is, yeah, so with all that being said, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Every like, comment, subscription, review in this video gets across monetization. Has been my content for you all. Has my content become more suspicious to find. I upload on my past Plat reactions, let's play those too. YouTube channel, which find links to upload to games for the games we have played thus far, all the nearest place. Upcoming games, DLCs, Switch games we enter the channel mentioned as well. Working on more Plat by Pass segments for games we have the Platinum Trophy for, as well as switching things outside of games on the Switch. Along with more Triangle Strategy experience, Optimal Troy Gardera experience, and Pokemon Violet and also direction in those, the live notes, as well as the Persona 5 Pokemon Let's Go EV note stuff and Super Remake stuff as well. I upload everything to YouTube because I have a 14-day limitation on my videos before they have been deleted. And want there to be a separate place for everyone to find my content to do so, and you'll also get a notification of when I go live on there as well. Follow or subscribe on Twitch at 100 subscribers. I'll be doing a Final Fantasy 2 picture run. I will also be doing a subathon on the 21st of September. The 20th of September for everybody else, to celebrate the first year of affiliation of the channel, along with Alison. We will be playing Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, all of the tracks, and I've also given her an incentive. If she beats me, I will increase the Pikachu onesie redeem reward. So at 3 subs, it would normally be Pikachu onesie for the rest of the month. That would extend to the rest of the year. If the 30 sub redeem is met, I will wear the Pikachu onesie for an entire year. So from one subathon to the other subathon, I will wear the Pikachu onesie for the rest of the year, if that is met. Obviously, there's a whole bunch of other things as well that we can do. Pineapple Pizza redeem at 100k channel points. Someone can redeem it to eat Pineapple Pizza, which will probably take place with an AMA Q&A thing, which is what the 12th one is as well. 9 subs, Pokemon, favorite Pokemon tier list with Alison. 15 subs, Discord movie night, maybe every week, depending on what happens. I'll have to see. Depends on if we're busy or not. I might just have to organize them. 18 subs, chat picks a game for me to play. 21 subs, Pokemon Smash or Pass. With Alison, 24 subs, karaoke stream, 27 subs, Pokemon Nuzlocke, Violet Nuzlocke with Alison, and obviously all the speedrun stuff will unlock as it happens as it normally does too, so you can look forward to those. You also get sub edits and emotes as well as ad reviewing. We can just watch the ads, get Twitch Turbo, get ad block, I get Twitch Turbo support today for follows, chat, subs, bits, looks, rage, shoutouts as always. Also, because we did finish this game completely, the next game is going to be determined. So after once we finish Princess Peach Showtime, so what I'll do is Princess Peach Showtime and Dr. Casual Returns will be one game voting. Luigi Mansion 2 will be the next game, then Persona 4 Renault Max, then God of War Ragnarok, and then what was chosen here. Today was chosen, it was chosen to be by a smidgen, like a smidgen of the mark. It's actually Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. So we will be playing Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth after we've finished that, and then I will replace that with, I believe I'll replace it with Sherlock Holmes. I'll probably replace that with Sherlock Holmes, Chapter 1. Just to fit in with the flavor of this game, and then we'll see what else we get from there. So, I will be doing Rivals this week as well on Monday. New character, new season, new ranks, new things as always. Quick match competitive minigames, I want to do those. Follow me on Twitter to be notified when I go live. Wish I am on Discord. I will send you an invite to my friends' Discord server, close to 2,000 members, still growing strong. Plenty of topics and games to discuss as well. I'm very active there, and you'll also get a notification. I'll link up as well. And finally, I should know who created my stream overlay that I usually want for checking going forward. You can find a link down below in the description for that as well. So as always, before we go and head off for tonight, let's see if we can raid anyone. If anyone see a raid request I'd like me to make, I will gladly do so. Otherwise, we'll just use currently streaming and give them the raid. Let us have looks and see. Let us see who's currently streaming right now. I know I could have finished much sooner, but it was just like things were going on, and it's fine. We're gonna raid. You know what? We're gonna raid Navi. We have to raid Navi, right? We have to raid QP because she talks to me about this game all the time, and also, yeah. We can do that. Why not? Let's do that. Send everyone over there. Thank you everyone for watching, and with all that being said, have a good rest of the day night wherever you are, and I will see you all in the next stream.